Review. Leijin. Alright, cool. This is the Chiemi Haruaki side story where they're getting chased by bears and they get chased into like a hut made of rocks and trees. God survived by clinging to human instincts and leveraging them to reproduce. However, that action was only beneficial to the god, not the people. In fact, we'd recently dealt with a god that was warped so badly it made people kill themselves or others, though it had been distorted by the human work known as the Shinai faith. God had a mind of its own, and could easily force the people into destroying themselves for its sake. Chiemi could actually see it. It was covering most people she knew, and that was surely a scary idea. I was sure I would have been scared of and hated God if I was in her shoes. I wanted to set my own rules after all. Chiemi said that I had no God on me, and that was probably true. I had no sense of right and wrong. The most I could do was copy other people's rightness. Being fixated on my own rules instead of what was right was probably my way of rebelling against God, but rebellions often failed, and that was why I'd ended up housing God inside of me a few times. If I'd lived in that mountain alongside Rikako-san, I might have become a righteous person, too. Though with Rikako-san I couldn't be sure. She might have infected me with her arrow grotesque god and turned me into her demonic servant. That actually didn't seem that bad. I was pretty interested in destroying Japan with Rikako-san's sexy ass alongside me. The non-canon ending is not non-canon. Let's go!
Haruaki-san, 何に焼けてんの?
ちえみの体温が嬉しくて。
Haruaki, don't do the
その嘘がとても嬉しくない。
すみません。少々邪念に走っただけで、君がそばにいるのは本心から嬉しいです。
男の子ってば、まあ許す。
目が覚めた？
うん。夢。
That's what I want to know.
どんな？
They could have at least implied a sex scene or two in this.
それ現実。
They also hated showing us any actual kisses other than the rotting kiss, which was upsetting.
夢でもヒグマ天国だったんだよ。でも、ちょっと違ってて、あんまり怖いとは思わなくて。なんか、ヒグマから話しかけられた。
What a fairy tale. I wanted to say that out loud, but couldn't. In many cultures, dreaming was the right way to meet God.
なんて？
知らない言葉だったんだけど、意味は分かったんだ。彼を送ってくれって。
Him? Who? I did have an assumption, though. I also guessed why we were sent here. Or why we, or just her, were chosen.
どこに行けばいいのか、
多分。
方法は？
Chiemi closed her eyes and searched through the dry grass spread out on the ground.
あった。
She took it out. A quiver. It was made of wood and leather, and there were detailed patterns carved on the sides. Inside there were 3 bright brown arrows. The feathers were brown and white, probably belonged to a bird of prey. All of it seemed too new to be relics.
こっちには弓もあった。
Chiemi took out a bent wooden stick. It was really elegant and had an amber string on one of its ends. She skillfully bent it, picked up the string, and hooked it up to the other end. With that, the bow was complete.
君が使えるのは鉄砲だけかと思ってた。
いや、私もそう思ってたけど、なぜかわかるんだよね、やり方が。
She put the quiver over her shoulder, took the bow in hand, grabbed the string with the other, pulled it back, and released. A sound. I'd heard that playing with bowstrings repelled evil, but I wasn't sure if that applied here.
しかし、その弓と矢で彼を送ることはできるのかな？
I wasn't knowledgeable about this, but that bow and arrow seemed too weak for a proper battle.
毒を使うみたい。
毒？
うん。 春明さんが一度死んだやつ。
Now that wasn't something I wanted to remember.
あった。
She crouched before some grass that had patches of purple on
鳥
it.
かぶと。
うん。あとはマムシグサと松ヤニと川の虫の。川はないか。いいや、とりあえずそれだけで。
なんだかモッチーみたいだ。
そうかも。
操られてるとかじゃないんだよね。
うん。たださっきの夢でヒグマが教えてくれたような気はする。
I see. It was divine info, and I knew various ways through which it could be passed on. One example was the methodology behind the feast, which was too thorough for it to be word of mouth. I couldn't perceive the god here or the bear dream Chiemi had seen. The talent for seeing God might have been powerful, more powerful and profound than it first seemed.
僕が掘るよ。幸い、バイクのグローブをまだ持ってる。素手でやらない方がいいだろうから。
大丈夫？
ああ。今回僕は手伝いしかできなさそうだからね。
え？いや、それは助かるけど、すっごく大事な役割もお願いしたいんだけどな。
I had no idea why, but I instantly understood that the role she'd given me was bad news.
とりあえず掘ります。
It's bait, isn't it?
ありがとう。
I have to be the bait. Whatever. This was a good role split. After all, she was the hero who'd killed God. As I dug up the aconite, I realized there were brown bears watching over us from a distance. Just watching, though, not closing in. We knew they meant no harm this time, so neither Chiemi nor I were afraid. I just understood that this was just the kind of place it was. I brought back the poisonous plants, and we placed their extract in one of the plastic bottles. We then dipped the tips of the 3 arrows in, creating the poison arrows. While we worked, Chiemi was whispering something, as though she was praying. It was a prayer to the god of poison, one of the countless gods of the Yayorozu. Her sincerity made it impossible for me to joke about it, so I just silently watched over her. Honestly, I found her beautiful right now. Fantastical, even. I could almost imagine her wearing the ancient traditional clothing of the people who lived here. Other things that came to mind were eagles, wolves, and blonde ninjas. Crap. That was just fiction. Begone my weird delusions. Also, I had no business being in touch with any god. That wasn't in my nature. I simply wanted to be free from anything, god or not, trying to bind me and do whatever I could as a free man. In this case, that was...
というわけで、春明さんにはおとりになってもらいます。
Yeah.
そうだと思ったよ、昆虫症。
いやー、夢のヒグマさんがあいつは別に死んでもいいから的なことを言い出したときは思わず笑ったわ。
That's so fucked up.
どんだけ神仏に軽視されてるんだ、僕は。
Because you're godless. Well, I could understand them, though. You're a godless heathen. Anyway, I parted ways with Chiemi and started looking around all by myself. Though, I was actually just carefully moving forward. This was an animal trail. The grass carpet here was thin, and the young trees siding it were like a fence, making it somewhat clear that it was actually a road. A beast path. Body odor, reek of excreta, remains of hair, claw marks. It had plenty of info for you to conclude that this was beast territory. Unfortunately, we humans weren't sensitive enough to catch such hints. Thus it was easy for us to get lost on the beast trail. It wasn't meant for human feet. It led to the realm of the mountain god. However, I didn't feel like I could get lost here. The gazes of the brown bears at the sides kept me on the road. That meant that I was on the right path. This was the path once crossed by the god we'd hunt. Chiemi was hiding about 100 steps behind me. Now I just needed to wait until it showed up. Still nothing? I'd been walking for an hour. It was actually getting to me now. Was Chiemi still behind me? Hell, Was the divine mission she'd been given even right? What if we had to do something completely different? Like sacrifice me, for example. Well, I really didn't think I was hated enough to become a target right away, but still. What if our positions were reversed? If it was me, leading someone stuck in Hokkaido into a super dangerous scenario, then, as they somehow survive, cracking a smile and telling them it was just a prank. Man, would that be fun? Crap, I was actually worried right now. I wasn't sure if I could survive if someone got back at me for what I usually did. I turned around and headed 100 steps behind me to Chiemi. She wasn't here. She actually abandoned me. I shouldn't have trusted her so easily. Right. She said she'd be my enemy. Our relationship was all about who could fool the other more. What was I to do now? How could I survive this? I heard a growl behind me. So that was it. Basically, I was going through one of those myths where turning around meant defeat. God's passage showed its true form when he turned away, and I had just turned around and walked 100 steps to find Chiemi. My back had been exposed to the anomaly. Knowing that it was too late, I faced forward again. What I saw there was a way too large brown bear, covered in a black miasma. This was definitely the boss. This evil aura, those shining eyes, the bloodlust it emitted from every part of its body. It stood on its hind legs and swung its two giant claws at me, making me jump backwards. The trees, young and dead, as well as the earth beneath, went everywhere. My flesh wasn't among the stuff. Yay! But the monster's specialty was going on all fours. Upon realizing it missed, it got down and charged at me, and I was unable to get back up. My death was imminent. I'd solved such a major incident, and now I'd die to some bear monster I met after going to Hokkaido on a whim? What kind of reader could tolerate this? Shit. Once I died, I would become a really annoying ghost and go around shouting lewd things around Chiemi Serizawa. I should have already been dead, but I wasn't, so I opened my eyes. At that moment, the giant frame began to collapse. There were 3 poison arrows in it, the head, the shoulder, and stomach. With a tremor, the creature collapsed, and
Haruaki-san, 大丈夫だった?
Chiemi appeared next to me like it was no big deal.
いたんだ。
そりゃあね。
いや、100歩後ろをついてくるって話だったのに、100歩進んでも全然いないから逃げられたかと。
そりゃ合わせて100歩後退しましたとも。
いやいやいや、突発的なトラブルかもしれないじゃないですか。いきなり連絡が取れなくなったら不安じゃないですか。
He's like, oh, he's going back 100 steps. Well, I agreed to go to stay away 100 steps, so I'm going back 100 steps too. Alright. Autistic.
そうやって僕が不審に陥り、この道を逆にたどるのを待ってたってわけですか。
えへへ。
This little...
いいじゃんいいじゃん、ギャグギャグ。敵同士。
It's just a prank, bro.
そんな春明さんが大好きだよ。
予想してたことをまとめて言った挙句、ど卑怯な手でごまかさないでほしい。
そんなん言ったら逃げ出したかもって本当に疑った春明さんにも文句言いたいかも。
僕じゃなくても1時間森の中でさまよわされたら不安になるっての。
あ、ごめんごめん。春明さん、この件は後にしよう。
というと
Wait. We were completely ignored by all the other brown bears still around us. Was that a problem?
まあ、後でまとめて話すから。
She reached into her coat's pocket and took out a useful little tool, a hunting knife.
春明さんは見ないであげて。多分それなりに苦しいところだから。
Shimmy had surely gone on to dismantle the giant bear. Sorry, disassemble the giant bear. I knew from the incident that she knew how to do that. I had no idea why this action was significant. However, at this point, I didn't believe that she was doing something she shouldn't have. If that were the case, the brown bears watching over us wouldn't just sit by. And I also figured that me not watching the act was an important part of it. I was an outsider whose only role was bait, so I wasn't allowed to see the sight behind me. It took a long time. 30 minutes? An hour? Maybe a lot less than that, but honestly, actual time didn't matter here. It took as much time as it needed to. I spent the whole time waiting.
終わったよ。
Upon hearing that, I finally stopped acting like a statue. Damn, did my joints hurt. Once I turned around, I saw no sign of the ominous brown bear. There was only a large wooden stick. It was taller than me, and at its tip it split in two and held up a pure white beastly skull like a weather vane. I vaguely understood that this was the result of her killing a god.
帰ろう。
I heard brown bear grunts in the distance, and it felt like they were urging us to come with them. Chiemi led me by the hand for a few minutes, and we made our way out of the forest surprisingly easily. The bridge I had mentioned before had a bus stop with a phone booth nearby, so I used it to call road service. We got in the road servicer's car and returned to my bike, which, strangely, wasn't collapsed on its side. In fact, even the bag I'd thrown back at the bear chasing us was hanging on a handle. I looked at Chiemi's face, but her eyes seemed to be looking at something else. We then returned to a repair service in a nearby town and checked the damage. It was actually an early failure, and there was going to be a recall soon. But I needed it to work, so I just paid to have it fixed. Fortunately, they had spare parts, and the bag containing my wallet had returned to me, so I had no trouble fixing it.
結局、あれは何だったんだろ
知りたい？
う。超知りたい。
ね、ヒグマは毛皮と肉を携えて人のもとへ来てくれる神様みたいなものなんだ。そしてここの人たちはヒグマの子が手に入ったら大事に育てた後、大きな宴会を開いてその子をほふった。それは自分たちに恵みをくれた神様への感謝とともに、神様を盛大に神の世界へと送り返す儀式だったんだ。
That's a weird fucking ritual.
だけどあの子は送ってもらえなかったみたい。
なぜだろ
わからない。送るべき人がいなくなったっていうのはヒグマたちが言ってた。だからあの子はずっと神の世界へ帰ることもできずに、どんどんおかしくなっていってしまったんだ。このままだと人を傷つけて悪い神になってしまうから、だから送ってほしいってヒグマたちはそう言ってた。おや、ご不満が？
う。幻想物語としては面白いけど、
おや。
熊殺しを正当化してるのは人間本位の神話設定でしょ。それを熊の方から望むってのはどうもな。
それはちょっとチエミークスプレインがまずかった。どっちかっていうと、ヒグマたちは人間の残した責任を果たしてくれと言ったかつての人たちが自分たちの神様のもと捕まえ、縛り、そのままにした仲間を解放しろって。
なるほど。それならま
あと、わかってるでしょ？あの場にいたのはみんな神様だよ。
In Island is the narration voiced. Okay. Alright, fair enough. I had a hunch. True. The forest itself wasn't human territory. It was an area close to the world of gods. Otherwise, we'd have been the main dish at the Brown Bear banquet. When we'd left the forest, Chiemi no longer had her arrows or quiver. Those things probably didn't quite belong to this world. We probably couldn't find those dwellings ever again, either. That was probably a place created by the nostalgia of those who'd left, leaving... Okay. Okay, that's fair. As long as the main character's inner thoughts are voiced, that gives me a break. For some reason, leaving behind the brown bear cub. That gives me more time to make puns and shitty jokes. Well, looking at it from the God theory standpoint, the information in our minds had probably been manipulated to suit their needs. That had to be it. No doubt about it.
あの神様たちはぐちゃぐちゃした変な形してなかったし、怖くはなかったな。
でも、あまり近寄るべき存在じゃないんだろうね。
そうだね。
あれ、その手首。
うん。
There was something unfamiliar on Chiemi's wrist. It looked like a bracelet made of fur-like material. It's a cock ring!
あれかな？俺？
毛皮と肉をたっぷり置いていくことはできないからか。
かもね。うん。しっかりした作りだし、意外と
The
おしゃ
bear
れかも。
god ring.
熊川系女子。
それはや。
ただ、
Oh,
ちょっ
the...
と想像してしまった。
Eh? Oh dear. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh god. Oh, okay. Well, I get... Is he... You don't have to, like, go too into detail. What kind of personality, if you had to give him one, in one word? If you could wrap up his personality in one word, what would it be? Is he serious? Is he fruity? What is he? Mostly serious, huh? Okay. Fuck, he's not gonna be as fun to try and voice like a character like Haku or some shit. Oh well. Oh. Oh! Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay.
何を？
So he is slightly more serious than Kazuma.
これから行く先々で、君の力に目をつけた土着の神様どもから面倒事をいろいろ押し付けられて。
Is he a bit more or less personable than Haruaki? Okay. That's good, because most of the story, Haruaki's kind of dry, but in the non-canon routes and... Oh! One of my favorite things about the Revelations was when he'd go into the clerk and he'd just be like, oh, wait, that's Mujina. Oh wait, no, that's Mitsuji. Well, I'm just gonna pretend not to know her. And she's like, wait, he's pretending not to know me? What the fuck? Fine, I'll pretend not to know him either. Honestly, their interactions were really fucking cute, and I feel really bad, because in the non-canon ending where he creates the kaiju, I was like, wait, he made her one of those voice alarms every morning? And she had one back? Why the fuck did these two split up? Over pudding?
そんでその度に新しい装備品を手に入れて、どんどん現代離れした格好になっていく知恵みの姿をさ。
Oh dear. Okay. I'll just have some honey lemon tea on hand. I'll have like a big old gallon pitcher of it, and I'll just pour some out every time my voice cracks. That worry wasn't quite unfounded. Chiemi had been born as the child of the snake, and was exiled because of the corruption of Yomi. Her specialty as a girl from a family that watched over things might have merged with her fear of God to let her see God. She'd started out as a ruffian born into a harsh environment, but eventually she learned things, became strong, and grew up into a fine woman. Not to mention, she had a hell of a weapon. Her origins, talents, career, fighting prowess. She was the perfect hero for a story. A story of a god killer. This reminded me that she also had some retained memories from previous loops during that incident. She could carry her memories over to the next time without borrowing Mitsuji's powers. I just fucking realized that she's looking at me through that green mist. How many times has that happened in the game that I've just not actually, like, seen? Yeah. The eyes aren't too bad, like, that makes sense, but the lips poking out from the fog kind of just looks like... I'm gonna be honest, it just kind of looks like a Popo or Jinx character. She looks a bit like a caricature. That was probably the result of her god killer talent, giving her that ability as the most important weapon in that endless loop. Damn, God Slayer pussy got me acting unwise. God Eater pussy, if you will. She resisted, chased down, and eventually killed God. And her weapons were the memories from her previous loops. She herself couldn't use this ability properly, but with my planning, she was able to kill God. Chiemi was now a real hero, and as such, she was probably in for a strange fate. That was what I was worried about. Oh yeah, some asshole, after I beat this game, I went and, like, looked up some ending shit after I did all the revelations, and some asshole tried to tell me that if you wanted the full story, the full experience for Raging Loop, you had to play the other Kekmo games. And I was like, wait, what other Kekmo games are there? And I looked down the list, and there's only one other Kekmo VN, and it's about some dude that explodes when a girl confesses to him. And I'm like, there's no fucking way I'm playing that. That's the only other VN they've made. So what do they mean I have to play the other Kekmo games? They make JRPGs, they make Mickey Mouse games back in 1990s, they've made a fucking Bugs Bunny game, a whole franchise of Bugs Bunny games. What was that guy on? There's a lot of JRPGs that this company makes, though. And maybe wonder whether I had the right to stand at her side. Maybe I should look up what the main writer for this game has done. Maybe he has, like, other VNs somewhere. Although if it's the one where boy literally explodes when girl confesses to him, I'm probably not gonna play that one.
そうだよね。
I played it off as nothing, and thankfully she didn't notice.
でもちょっと面白いかも。エキゾチックな謎グッズまみれになってゴッドハントの大暴れってか？
God Hunt.
神殺し姫とか言って映画化希望。
こいつはどえらい中二病。
なあ、あの200メートルほど先からものすごい勢いで走ってくる存在は何か追加の要件でも言いに来た神。
多分普通の凶暴化したヒグマだと思う。
グマだー！グマが出たぞー！警察呼べ！マタギを呼べ！気分かむよ！静まりたまえ！
逃げよう。
逃げよう。
And so, we'd experienced another divine, paranormal, incomprehensible scenario. I did listen to the ending song on YouTube after I came back from the bathroom, by the way. Chiemi Serizawa, the hero, had gained some XP, and I, who lived in reality, didn't quite like it. Though if our journey continued, I would soon become unable to deny it. And oh man, that was so scary I couldn't bear it. Ha! Yeah. Yeah. Fucking Haruaki. Well, you know, at least the game let me save Chiemi at the end. That was honestly more than what I was expecting with how, Route 3 ended. Ryder versus Mystery Station, actual horror. Yeah, sure, why not? I actually did this one first and then went back to this one, because I was really interested in hearing about what happened with Rikako. I couldn't help myself.
はい、宝生でございます。
Oh, okay.
あ、間宮です。お世話になっております。
I wonder if one of these has Hashimoto. I don't imagine he's a popular character, unfortunately.
いえ、新聞見てますが、外からはち
I
ょっ
like
と
him
わ
a
かり
lot,
づらいこと
but I
が
don't
起きて
imagine
たら嫌
he's
だなと。
very popular.
そうですか。それは何よりです。まあよくあることですよ。
My favorite character is
なんとかストック
probably
使ったので原稿は落とさずに済みました。
Haruaki is probably my number one favorite, and then and then Shiemi, and then Rikako, and then is there anyone else besides? Hold on, no, there's got to be someone. I like Haru a lot as a character, actually, yeah. Mostly because of the Mujina part. So Haru Mujina, Harujina, Harujina. Yeah, that's better than the other one. And then probably Hashimoto. Don't think I like anyone else enough to reference them in that list, though. Unless I'm forgetting somebody. I actually ended up not liking Nosato as much as I thought I would on first glance. But that's because he doesn't really get to do much, aside from the one singular ending where he and Haruaki poisoned each other. After finding out all that shit. Yeah, I think that's it. I think those are the 4 characters that I really like from this. I don't think I have any other character that I really, really like. Oh, wait, does she count? Does Meko even fucking count? She feels pretty bullshit, I'm not gonna lie. The little girl stole the god's powers at the apex moment. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good list.
それでご用件は？え？いえ、よく覚えておられましたね。私がそういうのを昔書いてたって雑談。いえいえ、大丈夫です。
This isn't Utawara Ramono where you can literally fall in love with every fucking character.
実はあります、心当たり。というか、私が通ってた研究室なら紹介はできちゃいますね。ただ、いいんです。地方ですし、そんなに評価が高い大学じゃないですよ。いえ、公立なんで学費は高くないですが。わかりました。私なんかで恐縮ですが。いえいえ、そんな結構ですよ。ついでですし。それじゃあ細かい記述はメールで。いや、それは無理か。明日くらいまで待っていただけます？また、そちらのお電話番号伺ってもよろしいですか？番号通知がないみたいなんで。
2 days and it's February. I hope that a lot of VNs go on sale in February. As she wrote down the number. Yeah. I could see Grisaya also going on sale, but for Grisaya, I'm not going to be able to Twitch that, and I'm probably not going to be able to just casually stream that in here. It's, I don't think there's a safe for work patch for Grisaya. As she wrote down the number, she looked at the clock. She was almost running late, so she switched gears. I will have to check, though. Repeating the number, she skillfully avoid. Oh, does Island have Aeroscenes or no? Alright, good enough. As long as they don't draw nipples or genitals, I think that's fine. Because Utawara Ramona did very convenient censoring, and that was fine, so. Which is to say none. Oh, yeah, this is 100% fine. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Yeah, whatever. Wait a minute. I need to check the Steam page for Grisaya real quick. Maybe that'll be safe to play. Because there's apparently an unrated version and a regular version. And people say the Steam version is safe, but I don't. I'm gonna have to research the Steam version to just. The Steam version says nudity. I don't know. Do not buy the Steam version. 10 hours in that it was not the 18 plus version and there's no Steam patch to fix it. Oh, okay. This game is the censored version, even though it says nudity in the tags. Some scenes are also missing from it because it's being censored. Oh, okay, okay, okay. In that case, I could probably just play the Fruit of Grisaya and not have to worry about it. It's kind of neat. I mean, it sucks that it's censored, but this at least lets me play. Uh, at least I'll be able to play this on stream and not have to. That's neat. That's neat. The only thing that sucks is, I mean, I'm not going to have the option. Hmm. Apparently, there's a big issue with the censored version. And it's not the fact that it's censored, it's the fact that they removed a lot of scenes straight out, and some of these scenes are apparently important. That's worrying. Yeah, whatever. Oh, there's a patch that restores it. Now. Okay, sure. Back to Raging Loop. I'll figure out what I'm doing later for that one. I don't even have it yet, after all.
承知しました。はーい、失礼します。
As she ended the call, she, the freelance writer, Hisako Mamiya, put her phone in the bag and ran. She was on the move. She had to participate in a press conference regarding contamination caused by a certain food company. She normally worked behind a desk. One second. The cat is being nonsensical. Oh. Okay. That's that's fair, I guess. That's yeah, that would be a complaint. I would be annoyed. She normally worked behind a desk, so this day was special in that it was mostly fieldwork. Hisako would have to worry about the content of the call later.
にしても、くそ暑いわね。
It was July. The Tokyo heat was reminiscent of the tropics, and no one could blame her for cursing about it. A few hours later, she was near Shinjuku Station. Hisako was slowly staggering inside. The press conference was utter chaos. The company's PR was making excuses, while newspaper reporters were barraging them with questions. To Hisako, that wasn't a bad thing, since she could use the very situation for a humorous article. However, the other freelance journalists invited her to drink and dragged her around until it was late at night. All of them had grudges against newspaper and TV journalists, so they had a good time complaining about them. Hisako, however, had been very uncomfortable throughout the entire thing.
ごめんなさい。なんかそんなすごいこと考えてもないのにこの場にいて。
Hisako was a journalist, but at the same time she was an entertainment writer, and she was fully aware of that. She was the type to reveal new info just so the others could have fun. That got her some donations, so this was another part of her work tour. Her pride as a journalist didn't go beyond not writing lies and contacting the primary source herself. The other journalists seemed to be more about exposing the truth and defeating the media, and Hisako couldn't relate to that. Wasn't that just a facade? The desire to see things you shouldn't, the desire to laugh at others' misfortune, the desire to gain an advantage by knowing things no one else knew, the desire to take the moral high ground. Such desires were common to mankind, and wasn't journalism just a trade to present such products to the masses? They already violated laws and social norms to get new info. Didn't they have to put their lives on the line for the trade and work for their customers? If something wasn't going well, wasn't it because they weren't doing their jobs right?
ブーメランだな。
Forcing a self-deprecating smile, she drank some of her shochu, and by the time it was time to leave, she had emptied the whole bottle. With some of the others worrying about her, she parted ways with them.
大丈夫だけど。
This wasn't enough for her to lose consciousness or concentration. The only problem was that she didn't get to enjoy the floaty, languid feeling alcohol gave. Hisako hadn't enjoyed a good night out drinking for a while. She was so busy she had to refuse invites from her old friends, and often ended up having to go to gatherings she didn't enjoy. What kind of life was this? She chuckled to herself at that thought, but then pushed it aside. It was a dangerous thought to have when drunk.
あんま時間ない。
Shinjuku Station was like a maze. Making it to the last train would be a challenge. If she didn't make it in time, she'd have to stay in the station. Hisako had tough nerves, but even she was averse to the idea of sleeping drunk in the station.
急がないと。
She remembered that there were lots of urban legends surrounding Shinjuku Station. There could be something inhuman among the passerby. There could be a... I'm looking up that monster real quick, because I don't think I've heard of that one before. That's not a monster. That's just a tomb. That's the Greek word for empty tomb. Oh! Here lie broken hopes and dreams. But there's nothing here, that's why it's empty. There could be something inhuman among the passerby. There could be a cenotaph. Under the Chuo line, there could be routes that took you somewhere you couldn't return from. Drunk as she was, she could maybe see one or two things she couldn't see normally.
見たいな。
However, she passed the ticket barrier, passed the platform, and got onto the final train without encountering anything.
疲れた。
With all the desk work she had to do, unless she was doing interviews, she could hardly go outside. and this time was taken up by the meeting with editors from a magazine company, participation in the press conference, and the drinking party. Even between all that, she'd taken out her mini laptop, made some drafts for the stricter deadlines, and made a few calls. It was a productive day, even by her standards, but she'd have to spend all of tomorrow locked up in her room again.
容量悪いのかな。
No matter how much she worked, her life didn't become any easier. It was a common problem, but it was also true that many such people often wasted... Yeah? Yeah. Why? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't need it, but it's really appreciated, you know? It cuts down a lot of time. It's like how you don't need a car. You never need a car. But it really fucking helps. You don't need a cell phone, but it really fucking helps. It was a common problem. It was also true that many such people often wasted their money on momentary pleasures, such as alcohol or girls. I guess I don't do that anymore. So, yay me. Ha ha ha. She considered that maybe her payments would actually increase if she stopped considering her future and just lived as she wanted. Being on the verge of 30 made her somewhat easy. She casually opened her phone and found out that she had over a dozen calls for each day. The job was so hard, yet the pay was so low.
文章って安いわよね。
She understood that there had to be a my before that, but she still couldn't stop herself from complaining. If she couldn't gain money, she wanted to at least have an experience that you couldn't buy with money. Oh, hey, that's nice. Yeah. Tell him he's wrong. In that sense, the incident in Fujiyoshi, where she was attacked by locals wearing wolf clothing, was quite special. However, it was dangerous, and she didn't earn any money for it, so it was a loss overall. Incidentally, that was the first time she'd encountered someone who claimed to be a fan of her work. Haruaki Fusayashi. Due to the danger he put her through, she wanted to know more about what happened there. They were still in touch via email, and she often tried to drag him in for an interview, but he always put it off, saying something about deadlines. He claimed to be a college or grad student. Was he studying a very difficult subject? It should have been summer break right now, so he should have had time, but it was now Hisako's turn to be busy. The circumstances weren't favorable, though she'd have some time after she crossed this mountain, so she had to plan her next job, whether or not it involved Haruaki.
次はどこ行こうかな。もっと変わった田舎でネタと不思議がありそうな。
Hisako was always a curious person. She was born in Shikoku, and often interacted with stories of the 88 temples, Gyobu Tanuki, and any other mythical cultural aspects. She'd taken up folkloristics in a college near her home. It was very interesting, and she could study it with a passion. However, she'd never had the mythical encounter she'd always hoped for. She then went on to investigate urban legends and modern paranormal encounters. She'd even moved to Tokyo because she wanted to unravel the darkness of the city. This is what happens when you don't cure Haruhi of her delusions and you let her grow up in a world without powers. She then got a job with a small magazine and was put in charge of the occult column, but it didn't do well and went out of business in less than a year. Hisako even felt that this sudden state of unemployment was the most paranormal moment in her life. She couldn't decide where to work next, was writing articles as if it were a part-time job, and eventually ended up freelancing. She was happy that she could feed herself, but she realized that this wouldn't keep going forever. Perhaps getting married would make her future more stable.
でも、相手がいないのよね。
The people in the publishing and magazine companies were either other women or had families, while her old friends from her homeland were already getting married. She wasn't really interested in the other journalists, especially after that drinking party.
橋本さんが未婚者ならな。
Yudai Hashimoto, the cameraman she briefly worked with, was someone she greatly respected. He was a man of character, skill, and always looked at things with the eyes of a professional. The little consolation after party they had after the Fujiyoshi trip was actually the first time in a while she'd enjoyed drinking with someone. She was so drunk she even aired her complaints about the other journalists. He responded with a flat expression.
それは、Q ちゃんが頭が良くて、洋式家だから言えることだね。僕は思うんだけど、世の中の6割とか7割の人は、良し悪しや物事の是非をあんまり考えずに生きてるんだよ。
That's a pretty bleak look on life. $60 to $70. I guess it's a little bit higher than what I expect.
そういった人たちが社会を乱さずに暮らしていくために正義なんてものが必要なんだ。わかりやすいやつがね。
True.
ジャーナリスト
You
も
just have to
同
start
じだよ。
talking slower
正義
and
という
thinking a lot
意
more.
識の見
That's
旗
all
は
it
必
takes.
ずしも自己満足や建前のために掲げているわけじゃない。正義であることをやめた途端、際限なく悪どいことをしてしまう連中は、
How old is
この世
Hashimoto
界
again?
にも山ほどいるんだよ。
He's probably 40.
だから、そういうのは必要だと僕は思う。空々しく聞こえることもよくあるけどね。
Also
君
hilarious
が
to
言っ
me
たのと同じように。
that the old man that doesn't get much exercise, like, he rarely exercises. He drinks rotten sake 90% of the time, eats sweet bread, has a horrible fucking diet, is in better health than Tai Yamawaki, who gets regular exercise and has a much better diet nutritionally. And she's 30 years younger than him. What the fuck? Even if some ideals seemed empty, losing them could bring about an endless hell. Hisako didn't know if that was Yudai's own take, or if she was just playing along with her subculture-like idea. But she did feel that he was right.
あの人くらい懐が広くて、見識があって、ダンディーなおじさまがどっかにいないかな。
She said Dundee. She's looking for a Slayer character. Though she'd have liked someone less horizontally challenged. Aw. She didn't mind fatter or slimmer people, but someone on Yudai's level was bound to cause physical trouble. Yeah. In various situations. Yeah. Airplane, sort of thing. When she was little, Hisako was a daddy's girl, and so far all the men she dated were older than her. She was entirely aware of her own electro complex, and it might have warped her eye for men.
何考えてるんだろ。
Oh, then it would have never worked out between her and Haruaki because she is a little bit older than Haruaki. The inside of the train was almost completely silent. There were some other people in the car, but they were all sleeping on the seats. Most of them were as drunk as she was. She herself was half asleep, too. Whenever she closed her eyes, her thoughts became a mess. and she almost leaked saliva from her mouth.
でも、眠ってるわけじゃない。
I am happy to say that even in the fits of intense fever, I have never drooled in my sleep. It was a strange sensation. She was certain that she wasn't having a dream, but was somewhere between waking and sleeping. Perhaps this feeling itself had been given by a dream. A drunk person's senses had no stability or certainty. She couldn't sense the passage of time. She couldn't hear anything. She couldn't feel the shaking of the train. Drowsy as she was, she did notice how the train stopped and a female passenger got off into the darkness outside. Hisako's house was in Kawagoe. It was a 50-minute train ride away from Shinjuku, then 10 minutes on foot. She wouldn't know how to respond if someone asked her whether it was a good spot. There were far more potato fields than residences there, so it was pretty dark out due to lack of streetlights. You know what I want to try? Speaking of potatoes, I saw something at the local supermarket the other day, and in a week or two I might try it. They're called like sweet potato glass noodles. They're noodles that are made from sweet potato flour, and they're clear. That's why they're called glass noodles, but they sound interesting. They're probably just going to taste like noodles, but you know. The place Hisako was renting was at the edge of such an area. The only reason she took it was the cheap rent, and the fact that the area reminded her of her homeland. The dark night road was nearly empty. Of course, she'd never encountered anything paranormal on this path.
いるとすれば、痴漢くらいか。
The number of them had increased recently, and there were many signs warning about them. Apparently they were the types who exposed themselves to women, but as long as they weren't violent, they weren't a problem for Hisako.
うぶなねんねじゃあるまいしね。
That thought made her realize that she was aging, which only made her more depressed. The fact that the most unusual thing she could encounter after moving to the city were just some perverts made her feel really strange. She noticed someone walking in front of her. You could see lots of people walking out at night in the heart of the city, but that was pretty rare here. Rare enough for it to be unusual.
まさか。
Pervert? She felt that she'd just imagined one into reality. No one else was here, and it looked like a man. It was easy to see him as suspicious. Normally, she'd have been more alert, and have the good sense to switch to the other side of the road. However, she was more drunk than she'd realized.
なんか、ネタになるかな。
A pervert's diet. Garlic's effectiveness in fending off perverts. Thinking of those and other more indecent headlines, she took out her notepad. She was actually planning to interview the pervert. Hisako walked up to and looked at him. He had luggage with him. Was he planning to pull something out? He wasn't wearing a coat. The man was wearing normal summertime clothing. And he was somewhat familiar.
あれまさか
Oh, hey. That was her line.
ライターの間宮さんですか？どうしてこんなところに？
Unfortunately, this is the route where I don't believe they've talked and nerded out over stuff. Yeah, that didn't happen. That was her line too.
織部安永くん？
はい。
She suddenly remembered the call. She'd been contacted by Kaori Oribe, the woman in charge of the dining hall in Yasumizu, and someone she'd wanted to interview on May. The lady called to ask for something. Her son had come to Tokyo to visit colleges, but neither she nor him knew any good destinations, so she wondered if Hisako could help with that. When she was interviewing Kaori about the Shishinare, Hisako had mentioned that she was studying folkloristics before. Apparently her son had become interested in that recently. College students who knew what they wanted to learn before they even enrolled were rare, so any seminars would welcome passionate and skilled volunteers. This afternoon, they talked on the phone about it, agreeing on a new time. She was so busy that she'd missed most of the details, but Hisako was certain that she hadn't been told that the boy had already arrived in Tokyo. Her address wasn't on the business card she'd given them, and looking at his reaction, This meeting was surely just a coincidence.
この辺に泊まってるの？
そのつもりでした。
こんな便利でもなんでもない片田舎にピンポイントで宿取ったの？
She could understand if it was closer to the metropolitan area. There were colleges there. Anyway, she didn't know of any local places where one could properly
い
stay.
え、匠兄の、うちの知り合いの家族の出稼ぎ先がこの辺にあるんで、頼ってきたんですが。
Oh, okay. It's pretty neat. Hisako could understand that. The local rent prices were low, and there was a lot of industry and agriculture here.
なるほどね。すっごい偶然。で、夜のお散歩中ってわけ？
いえ、そもそもたどり着けなくて。
え？
いくら住所を確認してもつかないから、もう諦めて適当にうろついていようと思って。
I take back everything that I've ever thought about you, Yasunaga. You're a fucking dumbass.
一晩中？
ええ。
いやいやいやいやいや。
What kind of thinking was that? He seemed like an intelligent sort back in Yasumizu. Was that a misunderstanding?
大学行く前日に徹夜する気？当日ヘロヘロになっちゃうわよ。
行きのバスで眠れたので大丈夫です。それに徹夜は結構得意なんで。
よしんばそうでも、どこか腰を落ち着ける場所は必要でしょ？
理想としては、え
電車はもうないか。タクシーは走ってないけども。なんかこうさ、そう、もっと早い段階で手を打つとかできたでしょ。市外なら素泊まりでもいくつでも宿があったでしょうに。
え。いえ、そもそもお金がないんです。
それなら深夜カラオケとかビデオ屋とか。いや、高校生は使えないか。じゃあファミレスで粘るとか。
明日から3日かけて大学を回るんですが、最低限の電車賃と外で食べるためのお金しか持ってきてないんですよ。
その食費っていくらくらい
？500円あります。
He's gonna try and feed himself for 3 days on $5. In Japan, you could probably do that in America if you went to like a Dollar Tree and bought like 5 burritos or some shit. Or a dollar store, or, you know, just bought like a burrito pack. You wouldn't have any way to heat them up. I guess if you really didn't care about what you ate, you could probably get a lot of sweets for $5 and then you'd be able to manage your calories per day off of that. Oh, but you would feel like absolute dog shit during those 3 days and afterwards. Was this a field trip to him?
基本的には食事も全部匠兄の実家を頼るつもりだったんで。まあでも、
Bread.
パンとかなら100円で買えますし、なんとか。
Bread. Yeah, I don't know why. I forgot bread exists.
なってない。
Probably because it's actually more expensive here than there.
そんな予算じゃ宿も取れないし。
そうですね。自由時間を使って寝られそうな場所を探すしかないかも。公園とか橋の下とか。
He was severely lacking in street smarts.
あのね、いくら予定の決まった大学訪問だって言っても、ちょっと計画がタイトすぎるわよ。
He survives the incident only to get rolled and instant killed by a hobo.
特に社会では何をするにもお金がかかるんだから、予算にはもっと余裕を持って。
いや、うちって本当に貧乏で。
Hisako didn't know what to say. She could tell that the settlement was special in that regard. Even bringing one person to Tokyo was a great expense on their part.
ちなみに私が紹介する大学っていつ行くつもりだったの？
え？紹介？
あら？ 話伝わってない？あなたのお母さんから今日の昼に電話があったわよ。私の通ってた民族学の研究室を紹介できないかって要件で。多分できるけど、ちょっと確認時間欲しいなって。
民族学？間宮さんって民族学を専攻？
ええ。ああ、織部香織さんには世間話で言ってたんだけどね。
母さん、余計なことを。
どういうこと？
いえ、僕が一人で外に出るのが初めてだからって、心配していろいろ取り乱しているみたいでして。実は法学系だけじゃなくて、そういう人文系の学部も回りたいと思ってるんです。
考古学とか文化人類学とか？
ええ、最近ちょっと興味が出てて。それを母に言ったら、やたらと、
Fair
そ
enough.
れはいい、ぜひやりなさい、と乗り気だったんで、
Is she gonna
間
have the
宮さ
time
んのそ
stop?
のお話を思い出して、良かれと思ってやったんだと思います。なんだかすみません。
いやいや、それはいいんだけど。
True. Or even half-second time stops over and over. Like the moment it fucking recharges. Enjoy! Enjoy! Enjoy!
でも、すでにこっちに出てきてる君と私をどう合流させるつもりだったのかしら。
母はちょっと考えなしなところがありまして。
A true parent-child relationship. Everything made sense to her now, but she didn't say it.
とにかく、ダメよ一晩ふらつき回るなんて。この辺痴漢が出るんだから、下手すりゃ間違われて通報されるわよ。
え、まさかそんな。
街舐めちゃダメよ。しょうがないな。うち来なさい。
え？
汚いけど、その辺で寝るよりはマシだから。ほらこっち。
いや、悪いですよ。
このままふらつかれる方が悪い。いいから来なさい。
間宮さん、酔ってます？
酔ってない。
酔ってますって。
She was. But even if she wasn't, she would have surely done the same thing. She was optimistic and proactive. She would act before she had a chance to be embarrassed about it and worry about it later. That was what the freelance writer, Kyoko Hosei, was like at the core.
まあ考えてみれば運が良かったわ。ここで巡り会えて。会えなかったらね、あなたも困ったでしょうし。
今まさに困ってます。
何が困ってるのかな？
僕、トイレかどこかに入ってますね。
それダメ、マジダメ。ざっと掃除するから。そのためにはまずこのタイトなを外さなきゃっと。
ああ、見えない、見てない。
Hisako could remember fooling around like that, but then it all went blank. She woke up with sunlight in her eyes. Her head felt heavy. It wasn't bad enough to be a hangover, but it wasn't pleasant. She was wearing her indoor clothes, and there were other clothes and other things littered all about, but she didn't mind it. Where was he? She looked around her 12 tatami-sized room and found a note on the small table next to the wall. It was a message written in steady handwriting. It's time, so I'm leaving now. Thank you for the phone. I'll figure out how to use it and contact you when I have free time. Thank you so much for looking after me too. Also, I didn't see anything yesterday. Honest. Yasunaga Oribe. She remembered that she'd lended him one of her personal phones. She had several, some for work, some for herself. He'd probably never used one before, but she was sure he would get by. It wasn't hard to begin with, and it had numbers on her other phones, so there would be no problems as long as he figured them out. Though he was the type to spend the night outside if he couldn't find a place, so he could easily make some strange misunderstandings. What if he tried to put money in it, or forgot to charge it?
バカにしすぎかな。
Hisako figured out that this would all work out.
よし、動こう。
She fired herself up and stood up. She had even more work than before, after all. They'd agreed that he'd come back once he was done for the day. No matter what he did here, he couldn't get far without money. She would clean up the place before he returned. In the end, Hisako-san couldn't clean up the bathroom or bath last night, and she only hoped he didn't see them. Also, in looking at it realistically, she didn't find a reason to give him money to stay and eat at a hotel or something. She had no obligation to do that, and if she gave him too much money, he'd probably be so humbled that it would be painful for her. She already had him stay over once. Another day wouldn't hurt. He was a man, sure, but he was like a dozen years younger than her. If he was the sort to make some sort of mistake, he would have surely made it last night. Was it a good idea to call his mother as proof that there was nothing special happening here? She figured she would do it when he was around. If he would stay over again, she figured she had to prepare food for him. What though? Curry? Steak? Fried food? A 17-year-old had to be gluttonous, so the food had to be something substantial. Or maybe something weird, yet extremely delicious. It was time for her to show off her knowledge as a critic of strange foods. Hisako would leave the boy awestruck with her excessive knowledge of ingredients and cooking methods. That meant that this was basically part of her job. Nothing personal. It would surely take some more time and effort than just ordering something, but it was a matter of initiative. With that decided, she had to open up her afternoon for shopping, washing, and utensil preparation. Hisako had 3 articles to write today. It was 9 right now. She overslept. 3 articles in 3 hours? Was that a joke? However, instead of waking up then and there, she removed the makeup that had been on her since yesterday and faced her desk without even changing into something. She felt like she could do it.
なんとかなったし。
After breaking her speed record writing up the 3 articles, she faxed and mailed them to the clients. 1 was signed off on instantly, while 2 needed some minor changes, which she'd done in no time. She wrote these out really fast. What is it? It's an assist! It's an assist, bro! Yeah. It's a temporary install that's for fun, not for, you know. That'd be really cool. Yeah, that's fair. That's a pretty cool idea overall. Very ambitious idea. She wrote these out really fast, but that didn't damage the quality. In fact, one company even praised her. The text has more oomph to it. Did something good happen? Good. Hisako herself was well aware that she was having fun right now.
誰かのためにご飯作るなんて何年ぶりかな。
She'd shown her skill at the drinking parties she'd had with the other girls in her college years, and she'd treated her previous partners to handmade food. But once she became employed, she no longer had time for any of that. She might have become more desperate for human contact than she realized.
にしても、飯炊き効果で健康速度が通常の3倍って、どんな体調気しようよ。いや、これはむしろ日頃どれだけたるんでいたかってこと。こりゃお給金が上がらなくても当然だわ。
Did that mean that all her problems would be solved if she got married and made food for her hubby every day? That realization made her jump to her feet, then sigh. She had no good person for that role after all.
ま、いっか。
Ma ikka. Alrighty. With that, she now had a day off, so she began cleaning and thinking of the menu. Come 2 o'clock, she put her makeup on and left. As she locked the door, the key shone under the sun with the same clear sky. The weather was nice. Yasunaga hadn't contacted her yet. It could have been simply that he was busy, or because he actually didn't know how to use the phone. Even so, he should have been able to come back without a problem. A mountain child's sense of direction had to be good, surely. Thinking that, Hisaka went to the station. She passed the small station that echoed the announcements and entered an odd-looking car of a dull-sized color. It wasn't the morning or evening rush hour, so there were few people both in the train and on the platform. She casually sat down and rested. Since she needed both rare ingredients and kitchen utensils, she decided to go to a supermarket in the inner city. Hisako even made a note of what to get. If she finished within an hour, she was bound to return before the rush. She'd spend the next 40 minutes doing nothing.
いつもこんな感じだったらいいのにな。
She would have loved to live her life spending half of her days working and half doing household activities. She enjoyed them. And she would have loved to have a gentle, reliable older man at her side to spend such days with. She remembered the faces of her previous partners. One was a senpai in her college club. One was a young employee in a gastropub where she'd been a part-timer. And one was a senpai in her study department. The reason for break... That's okay. Fuck that guy. That guy's a silly, silly idiot. Oh! There's definitely a communication issue there somewhere. The reason for breaking up was always the same. The man became bored of her. She could understand why. She wasn't the type of person a man would look for in a younger woman. She wasn't cute, was crude, had stern eyes, and was subculture focused. Wait, hold on. We have it on good authority from Haruaki that she's considered pretty. Why do all the women in this game downplay themselves? Well, other than Rikako. Dating her for a while was enjoyable, but a lifetime of her was too much. It was like her current job, trying out delicacies. She knew that she'd messed up when picking her preferred kind of man. She would have probably fared better with someone the same age or younger. But wasn't it too late to struggle on that front?
まずいな。楽しいことやってるのに気が散ってきた。
So for women that like older men, when they get to the same age as the demographic they like, does that age shift for them? Do they start looking for older men than what they are currently at? Like, let's say a woman's peak age for a man is 35. And in her 20s, she tries to date as many 35-year-olds as she can. When she hits 35, does she still date 35-year-olds? Or does she shift that upwards to, like, I don't know, 45-year-olds? Fuck that guy. Just ignore him. That's what I do every now and then when someone messages me something and I think it's too stupid to respond to. I'm just like, alright, I'm not gonna respond. Oh, Yeah, just ignore that fucker. The good old Timon and Pumbaa. Hisako decided to sleep for a bit. She'd been so energetic this morning that it was coming back to bite her. It could have been the alcohol, too, so she figured that she had to rest a bit. And if she slept, she wouldn't have to think about the ghosts of the past. So far, she hadn't seen a single one of her ex-boyfriends in her dreams, and she wondered what it said about her. Thinking such familiar things, she closed her eyes.
おかしいな。出ないぞ。
Surrounded by other visitors, Yasunaga was standing in the campus of one of the colleges he was visiting. He went through 2 colleges and properly participated in a total of 4 relevant events, such as open campus and simulated enrollment. It was rare for Yasunaga's own plans to fail. In that sense, this one was particularly troublesome. The fact that he couldn't get to Takumi Muro's family home was one such failure. He couldn't find the residence he was told about, no matter how hard he looked. One moment he thought he was walking around, only to come out on a completely unfamiliar path. He asked the locals for directions, but no matter how well he followed them, he'd just gotten more and more lost. He'd failed to find any public phones, so he couldn't even call to ask for someone's help. When it became dark, he'd given up on trying to get there, and arrived at the road he'd walked by in the morning. He couldn't understand what was up. Was it because the town was unfamiliar to him? Was that really it? It wasn't a coincidence. There was intent behind this.
あれからなんか、こういう感覚を受ける機会が増えた気がする。
That time was the strange incident in which God appeared in Yasumizu. Even now, he couldn't help but believe that it was all done by human hands. After all, there was no god in this world who would send the poor residents of Yasumizu on a trip to Atami. There were many mysteries, such as the wolf guy's suicide, or the collapse of the head families, but it was clear there was some sort of conspiracy, and going on the trip had protected them from its effects. They'd been saved by the clearly human, yet godlike person. Alright. Let me scroll over real quick so I can look. Let's see, do that. Okay, this is gonna be right here. Run turn is instant. So nothing wrong there supposedly, and the animation speed matches up the original. It's just the animation speed, that's it. At least it's not as bad as that asshole with the fucking wolf icon. What is this? Eminon. Looks interesting. What's that? Memories of Eminon. I'll check what that is later. Heaven Pierce Her. Death Odyssey. What is this from? Oh, okay. Anyway, back to the game. No more distractions. When they'd come back, everyone in Kami Fujiyoshi was shocked. There had been a mist, yet everyone was okay. Not only that, but they came back on a limousine bus. Whatever happened there, life in Fujiyoshi had become easier since then. He could vaguely feel that their encounter with God was related to the fall of the village heads, and was a turning point for everyone there. The difference in school life was the most striking. The students related to the village heads had somehow vanished, and some had become friendlier with them.
霧は大丈夫だったのかとか、何かを見たのかとか、いろいろ聞かれたのは参ったけど。
He always fell silent when asked, while Chikamochi joked around, and Haru calmly dismissed everyone. But it wasn't just the people that had changed. He could feel something else. The thing that had been oppressing them had vanished, and there was now someone else who watched over them instead. He could feel it even now, when he was far away from Fujiyoshi. It wasn't unpleasant. He felt like he could keep calm and live with
だからっ
confidence.
て迷うのは困るけど、あるいはワイルドにその辺に寝ろとか。昨日の夜は僕もちょっとどうかしてたかもな。
Was the mountain god telling him to give up on the exams and return? Haru had sent him off with a smile, so he really didn't think that was the case. She'd even sewn him a charm to keep him safe along the way and help him succeed in his studies. It was still in his bag, and he felt it would bring him luck.
あるいはもしかして間宮さんと引き合わせてくれたのかな。
It was a fact that he couldn't have bumped into her if he hadn't been wandering outside that late. Hisako Mamiya-san. She was an outsider to the isolated settlement of Yasumizu, and the first impression she gave off was that of a refined city lady. It was hard to become like her by just reading textbooks. Shiami Serizawa had gone to college in the city and also returned so refined that he could hardly recognize her. As one who had feelings for her, he found it both charming and unfortunate. After all, he'd fallen for the animalistic Shiami he'd known since childhood. Even if that was still there, the people, especially the men she'd met outside, had slowly changed her. That reminds me. There's this one person. So I joined a server. And it's mostly meant for like group projects and whatnot. And general in this particular server is filled with the ramblings of a crazed madwoman who live tweets every second of her waking life and all of her thoughts. Like, she'll talk about, oh, I went to sleep, I woke up, and then she'll have like paragraphs of talking about how she's going to go back to sleep eventually, but she needs sugary cereal. She's gonna get that sugary cereal. She's gonna go watch a show, and she just does every fucking second of what she's thinking in there. And I look at that and I'm like, why? Why do you do this? I don't understand. No one's responding to her either. That's the thing. I'm just like, huh. What's the point of this? I just don't get it. She probably knew that god, and that smile could only mean that she...
やめやめ。未練がましいぞ。
Shiami had left Yasumizu and become free, even if she was far away from him. And it made him feel lonely. It was something to be glad about. He had to follow in her footsteps and become free himself. Switching gears, Yasunaga took out the phone again and called the addresses Me Deadlines and Me Connections. It just continued to ring and no one picked up. Was she asleep? It was already afternoon, evening wasn't too far off. The rush in the morning had been awful. He could get out somehow, but the whole place would be packed again when it was time to return. He knew where he had to get off, but he wanted to avoid missing his stop and being unable to pay for travel again. He had to prioritize contacting Hisako. Upon deciding that, Yasunaga began killing
行って
time.
みたいところもあるしな。広いな。
After walking around for about 20 minutes, Yasunaga entered a college library. The old wooden interior was lined with countless bookshelves, and besides the sound of the visitors turning pages, the place was completely silent. According to the documents, this was the largest assortment of books in the area. Apparently, only school employees and students could borrow books, but everyone could hang around and read, so it was a perfect place to kill time. You could also use one of the dozens of computers to search for the right book, or just find out more. Yasunaga couldn't new TVs, but he never touched a computer. He figured he'd need to in the future though, so he certainly wanted to touch them. Also, a book from the hands-on learning experience left him intrigued, so he wanted to know more. It was a textbook about ruin excavation. Yasunaga, you have the right idea with some things, but don't do that with women.
びっくりするぐらい高いものらしいから、こういうところで読むのが一番なんだろうな。
Before, he'd wanted to become a lawyer to earn lots of money for his mother, but he'd been changing recently. His mother, Kaori Oribe, and Takumi Mura had begun to seriously consider getting married. She'd probably start to enjoy living in Yasumizu a lot more than before. Thus, she insisted that Yasunaga and his brother do whatever they wanted. About a month ago, Kyonosuke no Sato, who'd left Fujiyoshi, had sent Yasunaga a sealed envelope. Inside, there was a letter and a photo of God's mask. He wrote that he had the thing with him, but if Yasumizu wanted to prepare a proper place for it, he would return it to them. The Nosato document said that a certain someone had dug it up from the Yasumizu. Kyonosuke had no affinity for this kind of thing himself, but if Yasunaga was interested, he could contact his family and have them help him. Yasunaga had been captivated by the possibilities this letter provided, as well as the shape of the mysterious mask displayed in the photo. He knew that studies were about looking for reasons and results. If there was a reason, there was a result. So by knowing the reason, you could know the result. And by analyzing the reason, you could arrive at... And by analyzing the result, you could arrive at the reason. As results and reasons switched places, things that had and didn't have a shape would switch places, and create unexpected value. Yasunaga found this extremely interesting. That was why he enjoyed learning, and why results followed him. Through the mock exams, he'd found out that he could easily be top of his class in college. The path of a lawyer was open to him. However, he was enchanted by the wolf mask. He wanted to know who made it, why, and the reasons why it had so many similarities to the Mountain Festival wolf costumes and face cloths. What methods would be involved in finding that out? Such questions made him extremely excited. This reminded him that Hisako had said that she would recommend him to a folkloristics seminar. If he chose to go there, Hisako would become his senpai. He had a few more questions about it, so he would stay at her place again. He wasn't sure if she'd allow that, but he wanted to talk. Last night, she'd fallen asleep in an indecent position, and he couldn't even ask her anything. He remembered how she turned around and...
ダメだっての!
He shook the memory off. It was best to act like he hadn't seen anything. Yasunaga was quite perplexed by the difference between her usual self and her when she was drunk.
間宮さん、いくつなんだろう?
She did seem older than him, but still far away from old. As he thought such things, he realized something. He might have a thing for unprincipled older
や
ladies.
めよう。最低だ。
Yasunaga, the MILF hunter. He failed to get Shiemi, so he would go for Hisako. That'd be too simple, straightforward, and hasty. Instead, he focused on the library. He tried calling her on the phone again, but the result was the same. Yasunaga sighed, put the phone away, and entered the library. She regained consciousness, but couldn't properly process reality yet. On the surface, it looked like everything was normal. She couldn't realize that there was no conformity in her awareness and that something was really off. It was night. Outside the train car was pure darkness, and the lights inside seemed only to emphasize it. Hisako Mamiya instantly assumed that she was riding on a late-night train returning from work that tired her so much that she'd fallen asleep on the ride. She clung to that story for a few seconds, but as her thoughts became more clear, she became more pale. Had she slept too long? Had she been sleeping here for a whole few hours? What happened to Yasunaga Oribe? She abandoned the boy who needed her help. What a horrible thing to do. Hisako quickly dug into her bag. The two phones she had both said it was 4 minutes past midnight, and that there were no missed calls or texts. Not only that, but both of them had said that they were out of service range. Out of range? On a train line? She then realized another thing. This wasn't a loop line. If she'd overslept, she would have been awakened and kicked out. Even if that didn't happen, she would have been caught up in the rush. No way she would have been sleeping then. In that case, what was happening here? She naturally assumed the reverse, i.e. that her meeting with Yasunaga was just a dream. She'd gotten drunk, got on the last train, and that was when reality ended. She began having a dream where she met Yasunaga Uribe, and she let him stay over. That wouldn't explain everything. She didn't have her personal phone with her, unless she dropped it somewhere. She'd lended it to Yasunaga. Then there was the shopping list she'd made. It was hard to argue that she'd made it while sleeping. She definitely got on a daytime train and somehow arrived here. A train with no one else but her. Something wasn't right. Hisako finally realized that she was in an unnatural situation. Basically, something paranormal. Unlike a certain swindling author, when faced with the paranormal, normal people only felt fear.
とうとうおいでなすったか。
She licked her lips. Hisako had been dreaming of seeing something paranormal her whole life. Even though she knew by now that there are always just people behind the curtain, she'd still chase the darkness. And this time, she'd finally gotten what she wanted. She'd been waiting for this for long, and she was ready. She prepared and put up a front. It was time for her to show off her skills as an ex-occult writer. She stood up. Her car was the fourth, the same as when she'd gotten on. It looked like a normal train, if you ignored that there were no other passengers. Hisako moved through the car and opened a door. There was a soft curtain wriggling at the connection, and it seemed to visualize the loud but organized sounds and vibrations. The train was still running. To the third car. All that was the same. To the second car. All was the same. All was the same. The train was still running. To the first car. All was the same. All was the same. The train was still running. All was the same. All was the same. All was the same. The first car was the front. Hisako covered her mouth. Even though she hadn't eaten much since morning, she was hungry. In fact, she felt an intense urge to vomit. As she went onwards, she became aware that there was some sort of anomaly that affected the nervous system. Her thoughts became dull, and a paralyzed sense of danger made her unable to realize it. Her physical condition was just getting worse and worse. Urge to vomit, headache. She finally realized something was even more wrong than she'd thought. Lack of oxygen? Odorless gas? The journalists who'd looked into cases of carbon-based suicide had told her that carbon monoxide poisoning made people fall asleep and just die.
やばい。
There had to be someone at the front. The train wouldn't be moving otherwise. Hoping for his help, Hisako staggered over ahead. She felt like she could fall at the slightest curve. How long would this train keep moving forward? Upon arriving at the front, she looked through the window into the conductor's seat. There was no one there. Or rather, she couldn't perceive it. The part of the scenery through the window where the driver should be seemed to be cut out. She couldn't see it, as if she was actually blind to just that part. Though it didn't look like there was something there, it was probably worse. That place itself just didn't exist. Basically, it was a space that rejected the laws of the physical world, something fatal for human perception. She quickly looked away. Her vision returned, but the car wasn't the same as before. It looked like it'd been left underwater for half a century. There was rust, tears, and rot everywhere. The doors were dirty, the seats were torn, the walls had eroded, and the windows were covered in dirt. However, none of that could compare to the advertisements hanging here and there. After all, they weren't in Japanese. It wasn't the alphabet or Hangul either, nor was it Hebrew or Arabic. The text seemed like warped, heretical, evil hieroglyphs that couldn't have been created by a human hand. It made her realize that she'd been seeing them for a while, but only found them suspicious now.
いや
Hisako's courage was quickly overwhelmed by fear and panic. Those who only knew wild beasts from zoos didn't know the fear of being inside those cages. The fear filling her throat and crawling up her skin was just too great to resist. However, she could overcome it just enough to create a goal for herself: escape. She had to get out. With only that thought in mind, she closed in on the nearby door. Above her, there was a rusty metallic cover hiding an emergency lever. The instructions on it were written in the same cryptic hieroglyphs, so she looked away. For a moment, she almost felt like they extended like tentacles and wrapped around her fingers. She forcefully opened the cover, moaning because of the tearing pain in her hand, and pulled the rusty lever. There was an alarm. She knew it was because of what she did, but she felt like it was the scream of the train-shaped yokai. With a high-pitched, wet, annoying, lowly, belittling, insulting sound, the train began to slow down. A train broadcast? It was a male voice. It sounded somewhat monotone and sleepy, just like the train. She couldn't understand a word of what it said. Unable to bear it, she finally vomited, but even then she didn't let go of the emergency lever. Her fist turned pale from how hard she held it. Hurry. Hurry up and stop. Hoping for just that, she directed her cloudy eyes into the darkness outside, where she saw a white, square, luminous object. It was a station name in the Japanese language. It was there for just a moment, but she read it. The next moment, the train shook. Hisako almost fell, and the train stopped. The door opened up. Upon realizing that, she noticed the other train cars were as clean as she remembered. But she couldn't trust her senses anymore. Breathing raggedly, she made her way outside. The voice from before followed her. That was close. She couldn't see the outside well, but she realized that only a small part of the first car was next to the platform. If she'd walked out from any other car, she would have fallen on the tracks. Feeling hard concrete on her knees, she tried to stabilize her breathing, which was when her surroundings became dark. The bright lights from the train had vanished. She turned around and saw the train lying there like the corpse of a large beast with its jaws hanging open. It still made some mechanical sounds, but she felt like it would fall completely silent soon, like a cadaver. She didn't know why the train had to shut down right after an emergency stop. She didn't even know if there was a reason. Once her breathing stabilized, she stood up. There were no light sources anywhere. She'd concluded this was a platform because of the sign she'd seen from inside. Ignoring that, this was just a concrete ramp. Even empty stations had nightlights. What was this place?
ここどこよ
She already had info, however. The station's name was Kisaragi, and it was in hiragana. It fit the Japanese announcement she'd heard. Kisaragi wasn't a station she knew. It still didn't look like a proper train platform, but if it wasn't that, then what?
超常現象に細かいところ突っ込んでもどうにもならないか
But she quickly remembered that there was no guarantee that this was supernatural. Looking back at all the phenomena so far, it was likely that this was just an illusion. This was some station late at night, and she was just incapable of acknowledging anyone else there. However, she had to act based on what her eyes told her. All the horror characters who thought they were insane were fated to die. She needed light, so she took out her phone. When she did so, something made her widen her eyes. The battery was almost empty. How? It could last 2 days without charging, and it was relatively new.
単純に無意識の間に時間がすっ飛んでしまったとかも考えたけど、違う。
She concluded upon looking at the other phone. It ran out of battery faster, but it somehow had more than the other. And both of them were out of the service range. She thought she'd escaped trouble when she left the train, but that idea was shallow. Maybe it would have been better to just stay in the fourth car.
いや、まだわからない。すでに難は逃れたけど、山奥の配線に放り出されたってパターンかも。
It was best to believe that something was wrong, but it was best to avoid extreme assumptions. She figured she had to look around a bit more. She took the phone with more battery left and lifted it up. The weak light illuminated the platform and a rusty fence. There was nothing but a dense hedge beyond it, and there was no way to tell what was further. She directed the light up. There was a roof, a really small one, like ones used in bus stops. It was also aged, but not as much as the train. Let me check something real quick. In the VN or in the... Check that over. Okay, cool. There had been a schedule on the support here, but it was torn off apparently. She looked at the text and numbers that were still there. Do you need like a catch-up, or are you just like confused? Yeah, that's fair. It was no doubt Japanese. Was this actually an abandoned station? She lit up the rails. It was a one-sided platform, and beyond the rails there was nothing but a grassy cliff. Did you not do the extras, by the way? Oh, okay. Further in, there was a ticket booth and a small station-like building. She thought that she saw a dim light beyond it. As her eyes got used to the dark, she could finally differentiate between the dimly lit cloudy sky, the light in her hands, and the lights inside. There was something there. The station sign, perhaps? Hisako walked by the ticket gate and directed her light to the other side. Darkness, or rather, the outside, was so vast that the backlight couldn't reach it. That meant that she could leave. There were no workers at the ticket booth. It'd be too scary if there were. She shook her head, went forward, and looked inside the station building through the broken window. There was no one inside. There was a mess, but it didn't look like there was anything significant there. It looked like it'd been abandoned after a thorough move. Nothing more, nothing less. All that was left now was finding out what that light was. She'd expected to find just a station sign, but what she actually found beyond the building surprised her. It was a vending machine. Coffee, fruit juice, sport drinks, green tea. For some reason, most were warm, and there were even brands she knew well. Hisako sighed in relief. Finally, she came across a piece of the civilization she knew. At the same time, she became hungry and thirsty, and the puking had given her a sore throat and stomach. Additionally, it was summer. The air around her was warm, and the tension made her sweat a lot. She wanted to drink some water. She took out 100 yen from the wallet in her bag and put it in the machine. She pressed on the button for the mineral water, and it fell to the tray. Hisako stuck her hand in and felt the cold of the bottle. It was the standard European hard water. She opened it and brought it to her mouth. At that moment, she wondered what had happened to her caution from before. She didn't know what this place was. It could have been exactly like that train. There was no better time to question her senses than now. So why did she choose to drink something from here? She knew better than the usual person. that eating the food from a different world was an expression of willingness to become a bride of that world and reject the old one. Before her throat could enjoy the water, she threw away the bottle and vomited again. With that, she was assaulted by a powerful dizziness and headache. She spat and tried to keep herself together, and then she looked at the vending machine. It was no longer just that. It was a gathering of creeping vines on a stone wall. The leaves were all bigger than her arm, and she could see it clearly, for it shone. It was a white, closer to blue. It was a beautiful blue-hot flame, casting a light you could only see in places like nuclear reactors. It brought about destructive energy that didn't allow life. It propagated and diffused and spread maliciously. The plant bore fruit. Hikako unhesitantly looked at the gel-like fruit, colored a malicious blue and filthy red. One of them was right next to her feet, and its fruit juice was spread out on the granite-like floor she was standing on. She just ingested the juice of a fruit from a plant that was not of her world. She'd spit it out, though. Or did she? The surroundings no longer tried to hide their evil nature. The buildings were exactly the same as before. However, the base material had become granite. It was covered in the same cryptic hieroglyphs as she'd seen in the train, and it made her scream a little. The train was now all rusty and rotten, just like the interior of the first car was. It was like a metal ship that had washed ashore. It seemed to symbolize the defeat of the human mind, or the victory of the evil lurking here. Struggling to keep her footing, she looked for proof that she wasn't going insane. However, that hope was shattered when she saw her phone screen. It showed only static, a field of unintelligible black and white. Everything besides her was going insane. No, even her own things were like this. How could she make sense of this? She couldn't even look at a mirror now. Though panicking again, she couldn't throw away her phones. They were her only weapon, after all. She worked the phone as best as she could. She even tried to do something on the other, almost dead phone. She wanted it to connect to somebody. Anybody. Contact button, up and down buttons, call button, no luck. She couldn't connect no matter how hard she tried, but that didn't stop her. The small bit of rationality she had left told her it was pointless, but she repeated it regardless, for she had nothing else.
寝すぎだろ、間宮さん。
He was calling Hisako every 20 minutes or so, but he had no luck with either of her phones. It was close to evening now, so it was best for him to return by himself. Certain she wouldn't answer, he called the Me Deadlines phone. Having no luck there, he then tried the Me Connections, knowing it was pointless. Normally there's a ringtone followed by an announcement that the target phone wasn't in service range, but there was nothing. No call sound, no voice, nothing. Curious, Yasunaga
もしもし。
said that. There was no response.
間宮さんですか？僕です。織部安永なんですが、終わったので今から帰ってもいいでしょうか？
He said what he wanted. Suddenly,
おやおや。おやおやおや。お守りを渡して正解でしたの。
it was a voice he shouldn't have heard there.
はるちゃん？え？
我がおるときにその呼び名はつまらんの。兄ちゃん。
ああ、ごめん。狼様。じゃなくて、神様。え、どうしてあなたに繋がったんです？
With the wolf killing incident, he found out that Haru Makishima's game wasn't just an act. He hadn't seen her act like that himself since that time, but Shikamochi might have. However, Yasunaga knew that the entity was something to be revered and loved. Anyway, she was too poor to have a phone, so there was absolutely no way he could have called her.
別に電話などしておらぬ。
What a strange response.
我が一部を封じた5分によりて貴様を一時的に鏡としたに過ぎませぬ。その電話から聞こえるように思うわ。貴様がそこから声がするのは自然じゃと思うておられるからじゃ。
Oh, okay. Not even 2 hours in. Whack. The explanation was a bit convoluted, but he understood it.
科学的には説明のつかないことが起きてるんですね。何か象徴や意味が大事になるような。
さすが貴様は頭がおよろしいの。あの町のお方のようじゃ。惜しいことをしたかの。とにかくじゃ。すぐに電話を切りなされ。
え、それじゃあ話せなくなるでしょ。
前言撤回。貴様はタコじゃ。
何ですかそれは。
本当に電話をしておるわけではないんじゃから、切れても話せると申しておる。いいから切らぬか。死ぬぞ。
He understood that she was telling him that he was in a bad situation, and quickly hung up.
押しました。
良きかな。
どういう意味なんです？死ぬって。
もう安心してよろしいぞ。
説明してほしいです。
小難しい説明は苦手じゃ。
そこをなんとか。
貴様、先ほどどこかに電話をかけたじゃろう。通じぬほど遠い相手に。
かけました。
He was confused by the "so far you cannot reach them" part, but he nodded. Hisako's house wasn't far away, and phones didn't usually mind distance that much. It wasn't an international call or anything.
冬季点一つと地下気点二つがたまたま時を同じくして呼び合った。逆巻きにねじり合う三角の結界を成した。本来交わりがたき二つの世でも点が三つあれば結界をなす。ひどく無作法で不全なる解ですがの。故にそれは黄泉の無地なを呼び込む。
God's words were too hard even for him to understand, but he did remember that God had once been called Mujina, a badger.
それはあなたとは違うんですね。
似て非なるもの。不浄なる約定によりて、人の闇から真の闇へ、生まれ落ちし者ども。それが結界の最も鋭き核から現れ、貴様を襲うやもしれなんだ。ようございましたな、我がおって。
He really didn't feel like he'd escaped some sort of danger. However, God's roundabout words were enough for him to learn a certain truth. A distant point and 2 points that were near. If standing on the triangle made by this was dangerous, it meant that Yasunaga was standing on it too. Were the 2 other points the phones Hisako had?
間宮さんは今そんな遠くにいるんですか？
タコにも、イナ、イカにも。
神様、山の神様でしょ。
熱海のお刺身、いい意味じゃったのう。
食いしん坊を発揮してる場合じゃないだろ、はるちゃん。間宮さんはどこにいるんです？物理法則が効かないくらい遠くって。
じゃからその名で呼ぶな。気が散る。しかしまあ、よくよくお分かりじゃのう。神の奥ゆかしさも台無しじゃ。その女は、煉獄におる。
That word wasn't in his vernacular. He instantly turned around. With an empty expression, Yasunaga walked up to a PC in the library and awakened it from its sleep. He turned on the browser, accessed a search site, and typed in Purgatory. Since the ruin excavation book he'd wanted to read was being lent to an American school, He'd spent his time here reading a technical guide and using a PC. As a result, he'd already come to understand computer interfaces, networks, the relevant base concepts, and how to use them. He looked at the search results and opened the purgatory entry on a dictionary.
天国と地獄の間。キリスト教ですか？
He talked into the inactive phone again.
我はその神のことは言うておらんが、まあ、そのようなものにございますぞ。そういう隙間はどこにでもある。人は神の居所にたどり着くのに、しばしば山を、闇を、そして夢を用いる。それはあまたの思い出のかけらが、かやのごとく、足のごとく茂るあれの。そこを越えて、人は神を望みまする。
間宮さんは死にかけてるっていうことですか？
そうとも、違うとも言えましょうな。
事故とか。
いな。女は生きながらにして煉獄に連れられたのであろう。
どうしてそんな。
神隠しなど、昔は珍しゅうものうございましたぞ。
今は昔じゃありません。
人を欺き、かどわかす神もおりますれば、そういった神ほど、恐ろしく、人の住む場所に紛れ、狡猾に潜むもの。特に、そのお方様は、
誰が隠したか知っているんですね。
その女を救いたいと仰せか、兄ちゃん。
はい。一宿の恩がありますから。
我を称えるか？
お土産を山ほど持って帰ります。
良きかな。機械を使うのである。
500 yen. I'll bring you lots of souvenirs.
この国の道を行くことなかれ。
聞かれているからとか。
そら恐ろしいお方じゃな。
物分かりはいい方です。
He could always bring himself ahead of the rest with his inhuman thought processes. This might have been due to the Higuchi blood in his veins. They were known to be good at government, planning, and tactics. Though he was not as extreme as Chikamochi, the three-legged crow and servant of God, Yasunaga was no doubt a genius.
じゃあ、やっぱり。
さよう。神なき国を経由し、文をしたためよ。
Suddenly, the phone next to her ear rang, and Hisako, face wet with tears and snot, stared at the screen in shock. She could read the text. She looked around and found the anomalies were nowhere in sight. Hisako wouldn't let that fool her, though. This place was definitely unnatural. Or perhaps she herself was going insane. It was impossible to assert that the paranormal was just a delusion. More importantly, the phone. It was an email. It was from an unregistered free email address. Upon seeing the name before the @ mark, Yasunaga, she gasped loudly. With shaking fingers, she opened the email. I pray you aren't filtering this domain. I assume you aren't, since the phone you gave me didn't have that setting. Due to certain circumstances, I found out that you might be in danger, so I am emailing you to confirm. You are in a place you shouldn't be. Everything you see is dangerous. Don't do much, and please send me details. I will consider how to deal with it. Use the address given here. It should work. There was a copy-paste of a very long URL there. She tried to open it, but couldn't access it because the phone wasn't in service range.
ならどうしてメールは届いたの？
As she thought about that, she got another one. I forgot to mention, I am sending this mail from a foreign server. It seems that only networks in Japan are blocked. That's why you cannot access the local phone services and networks. The site I linked is foreign. Please open it using the internet. If you don't know how to do that, please wait while I give you instructions. Hisako was dumbfounded. Had he lied that he didn't know how to use a phone? It actually felt that he knew computers and networks even better than her. Anyway, she knew that Japanese phone networks were separate services provided by the carriers, so that was the reason why she couldn't access it. Hisako chose the URL again. and pick the option Open in Browser. Success! It was a very crude, simple website. There were some Cyrillic letters at the top, probably an explanation, along with a text form and a button that was probably used to send the text. A web chat page? That meant that she had to enter her nickname. She tried to input her own name, and realized that she couldn't remember it.
来た。
Yasunaga had already logged in as Yasu, and repeatedly pressed the refresh button. Upon seeing the new person join, he raised his voice. But the person who'd logged in was called OKEQ. Was it a glitch? Did the phone display it wrong? But at that moment... Help. A short yet heavy message was displayed. What kind of place are you in? Kisaragi Station. I looked it up, but it doesn't seem to exist. It probably just looks like a station. Don't let it fool you. I know. I can feel that I'm in a weird place. I sometimes can't even tell what's real or not. It's bad. I can't even remember my name.
まずいな。
He'd talked to God about this while preparing, and that got him a warning from the librarian. They would take the phone away if he used it again. He had to be careful about using it. But he more or less already found out what he had to do. It was bad because of the warnings that God had given him. Don't drink or eat anything in the other world. Don't forget your own name. Don't turn around if chased. You are Hisako Mamiya-san. Hisako Mamiya. Say it and remember it. Hisako Mamiya. Yeah, that's me. Thanks. Don't eat anything. I almost ate a weird fruit. What? Are you okay? I spat it out. Was that good enough? What if just a bit of it was fatal? But then again, if she didn't actually accept it, maybe it was just fine. It was probably a question of mentality. Tell me what Kisaragi Station is like. It took a while for her to respond. There's a single set of rails, no workers. It's all dark and cloudy. There's a vending machine. The train stopped nearby. I got here by going to Tokyo. After I bought some water at the vending machine and almost drank it before spitting it out, everything changed and it became this warped, weird temple. Then I started feeling sick. It happened on the train too. And it became a mess and I saw some weird text. Apparently these places change depending on the observer. It's the concepts that matter. Why do you know so much about this? I'll tell you once you're back. We need to focus on the situation. You're in purgatory. All places where God exists can be escaped. Dante's Inferno. Huh? Where's Virgil? Where's Beatrice? And going to God means dying, doesn't it? He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he looked it up. It was from a classical work called Divine Comedy. He was impressed by how knowledgeable she was. I'll lead you through it. It's possible to save you if I can get there first. If I can get there. Trust me. I don't really get it, but okay. You also might just be imagining that you don't feel so good. Try lighting a fire to feel better. I don't have a lighter, and I can handle this for now. Okay. Now I had this idea. If purgatory is between heaven and hell, shouldn't they be the previous or the latter stations? I see. Good idea, but I don't know from where I got on this hell-heaven tour. I don't know the details, but it did seem like things would get worse if you kept writing. I think it's a did it, not it did. Did. Yeah, it did it. It did. It might have been a train to hell. Then maybe you should try heading back to the previous station. The train doesn't work, right? Right. But I don't want to ride it again anyway. Can you follow the rails on foot? Can I really trust you? I'm not 100% certain. Tell me if there's any new info. Alright, I just saw the moon. Just so you know, it's 6 in the evening here. You're joking. Is the flow of time different there? That's not what I mean. This is bad. What is? Please respond. She really did see the moon. There was a space in the clouds covering the sky, and a reddish moon peeked through it. It was in its first quarter, a half moon. Though it wasn't bright, it now had a powerful presence, and seemed to shine over all the platform. She just realized. The strange, unknown structure she couldn't see in the darkness had been right on top of this station. For a moment it seemed to be a light hanging strangely high, but that was no light source. It was a giant lens that gathered the moonlight. There were also metal mirrors around, and they all occasionally released a light akin to the moon's. They were probably there to help the lens gather moonlight through focused reflection. It moved despite there being no wind. The more immediate problem was the fact that the unnatural device focused the moonlight into a ray of light that created a red dot on Hisako's chest. The redness filled her with fear, but then she jumped back, feeling like she was being targeted on purpose. It was like a moment from a movie where a vile sniper trained their laser sight on the protagonist. The light didn't follow Hisako. Instead, it went away from her and the platform to target the train. Suddenly, like a bit of ice melting under a laser, the train lost its false appearance. The new-looking train instantly became a crumbly, rusty wreck, and then it finally exposed its true form. She instinctively knew that the new appearance wasn't harmless to the sane world of men she knew. That moonlight was no light of judgment, and the moon was not the moon she knew. It was the evil moon of a different realm. Its power was to return things to their true forms. That was the light and the device. For a moment below the pillars supporting the lens, she thought she saw a silhouette that was either a small human or a gigantic amphibian. She no longer was in a situation where her eyes could be trusted. The train had begun to melt into a soft, transparent, yet still metallic material. It had chemifluorescence, the anomalous quality of the fruits. If Hisako had any knowledge in developmental biology, she would have compared it to the cellular change that happened during differentiation, which took place during the start of life, or regeneration. Her impression of this event was more straightforward. It looked like a pupa going through metamorphosis. What was once a train was now standing. It was an extremely large beast. From head to toe, it had become a transparent body that could support its own flesh and bone. The white, slimy skin quickly became a red-purple-colored jelloid that spread throughout. Breaking through the bark-like material and spewing lots of mucus, the object grew branches, legs, with multiple joints. They were small compared to its body, but they had the numbers. It grew more and more of these legs, and once it was done with that, the creature looked like a screw pine she'd seen in Okinawa. It felt like a malicious, heretical creature of the caricature of the strange tree that grew countless roots. That probably wasn't the best comparison. The thing was by no means a peaceful plant. This was a vile, gluttonous animal that lived only to eat and reproduce. Partially on reflex, she recorded a summary of her thoughts on her phone. Even though the extreme fear and shock had numbed her mind, she was well trained enough to pull that off. She looked down and saw the phone vibrate just before it stopped working. It had run out of battery. Oops. Hisako could no longer get help. She had to handle this herself. Her goal was to return, and for that, she had to go to God, which required her to move and run away from the grayish pillar of flesh with comb-like teeth. It was even puking something. After looking at it, she realized something. With the train gone, she could see something that she'd lost sight of before. It was a station sign. It glowed white like a lamp, and she could see the hiragana for Kisaragi there just fine. She jumped off the platform, landed with all her limbs, and began running, ignoring the pain of the impact. She could hear thuds behind her, as something soft was puked out on the floor, but she couldn't observe it. Following the rail, running on the rocks, she hurried to the station sign. It looked like this. Looking at how the train went, she'd come from Katasu and traveled towards darkness. However, this left her feeling confused. Katasu, Kisaragi, darkness? What was that? Did Katasu refer to Nakatsukuni? The world in Japanese myth had the heavens, Takamagahara, the netherworld, Yomi no Kuni, and this world, Ashihara Nakatsukuni. Nenokatsukuni, also known as Nenokuni, had been the place where Izanagi and Susanoo lived. Due to various circumstances, such as the root part of it, it ended up being considered to be the same place as Yomi no Kuni. The afterlife, basically. Hell. Was Katasu hell? But if that was the case, darkness would be heaven. But she barely knew any myths where darkness was good. She began running and couldn't stop now. Where did she have to head? She was attacked by the unpleasant feeling again. Of course she would be. The sign had now displayed those disgusting hieroglyphs. She had no idea what it meant, and behind her... oh dear. The monster had begun to seem beautiful and lovable to her. That was a mother beyond all bounds and blood, and an incarnation of motherhood that had manifested here in this world. All that she birthed would be consumed by her, and then birthed again. It was an honor and a joy. The anomaly, still covered in transparent gelatin, had somehow retained a humane form. It was summoning Hisako, welcoming her. She would embrace the child with those wet hands, and summon her into reincarnation and the greatest pleasures. She almost felt like crying. She wanted to take off her clothing and be purified by the Great Mother, embraced by all. Even so, she could bear it. She successfully endured it. After all, she knew. Her discovery made her laugh in a strained, maddened manner. The puzzle she'd had in her head had finally been solved. Yasunaga-kun's hint was necessary, but its direction was off. Purgatory. Rengoku. Reng. She wasn't Dante, but Randolph Carter. Kisaragi meant moon-like. That meant that it was a place to gather and use power from the distant moon of illusion. The moon's power had been prepared to open up a route into the great darkness. It was the pinnacle of the madness involved in connecting to a device from a universe that rejected the laws of physics. It looked like this simply because she was Japanese and a modern person. The place was basically a kind of hell wrapped in Hisako's imagination. But if you recognize that, if you acknowledge the Necronomicon, Carter, Dreamland, Leng Plateau, Shub-Niggurath, Cthulhu, if you realize that the many mysterious stories left by H.P. Lovecraft could manifest as a real threat, then didn't that mean this world was on the verge of ending? As if that mattered to her. Hisako was an adult. She knew how to pick out things that were good for her and turn a blind eye to the contradictions and survive in a way that was in no way fair. The Hisako who knew the truth could ignore the fear it inspired to deal with the immediate threat. That barely made sense, but it made her pull herself together. She had no reason to hesitate any longer. Her destination wasn't Nekokatsukuni. It was something hidden in there. Katasu. Kadath Station. As far as she knew, this was a challenge. It was a place where few could find themselves. She didn't even know if normal people could live there. However, if the something that had led her here, she had a good guess about its identity, had made such a human-like trap, then getting there should be easy. After all, the rules had already been written. But that was when she was assaulted by the worst spell of dizziness and nausea yet. It nearly brought her to her knees. If she staggered around like this, everyone would catch her. She now understood why Yasunaga had suggested she light a fire, but she wasn't in a situation where she could do it. Would the other phone burn if she shorted its battery? What a pointless thought. The phone had a role to fill. In that case, she would use her minimal mythical knowledge to go create a small fire. She opened her notepad, clenched the ballpoint linked to it, and stuck it against the granite floor, at the edge of the stone with wriggling marks of evil all over it. The metallic ball instantly broke, but she didn't mind as long as it lasted enough for her to finish. It would hold meaning even if it was made like this, surely. Line, corner, line, corner, line, corner, corner, line. Watching the transparent creature approaching her, she felt her intellect become overwhelmed by fear and panic, but she still pressed on. This was how it was supposed to look like. A warped pentagram, or a tree-like symbol of divinity. In the middle of it, there was a figure akin to an eye or a flame. It wasn't a powerful weapon. If there was something better, this world would have surely been saved from the fear of Cthulhu by now. It would surely hold no meaning against the Great Mother approaching her. But there were still its children, the unnatural heir here, and the entity controlling the moon lens. It could maybe work on them. She finished carving the elder sign. The next moment, the world screamed. It didn't actually deal much damage to this realm itself. However, even a simple needle could bring severe pain if used well. It was especially damaging to those who didn't expect such a retaliation. With a rending sound, things changed. First, it was the air, perhaps not permanently, but it felt purified. Second, those chasing her writhed and faltered. The Great Mother behind them shook as if enraged, and continued birthing more children. Now was the time. Now was the time to run. She sprinted. I'm going to Katsusu Station. The second phone's about to run out of battery too, and I won't be able to contact you again. I trust you. Hisako had logged in after OKEQ had logged out, because the first phone's battery had run out. After that message, no amount of refreshing the web chat page added anything new. A while later, Hisako was logged out. No longer having any business with the empty chat page, Yasunaga closed the browser. After that, he placed the phone next to his ear.
多分、そっちに向かうようです。
承知した。あとはお任せを。
With just that, he closed his phone. As if to escape the librarian advancing in his direction with furrowed eyebrows, Yasunaga logged off the PC and left. There was nothing more he could do besides believe in them.
頼むよ、神様。
Hisako ran. She ran along the train tracks, illuminated by a sinister moonlight. Her legs often got caught on the railroad ties, and she fell a lot. Her high heels were broken, but being barefooted would make things even harder. Her feet hurt so much that she could barely feel her toes. She couldn't keep the tears from her eyes. Eventually, all she could do was stagger forward, but even so, she couldn't stop. She had an urge to look back. She actually thought she had to. For all she knew, she might have lost them completely. However, she knew better than the average person that turning around in such situations was a big mistake. Thus, she just continued walking. She wished to return to the boy who was worried sick about her. She would give him her thanks, as well as make him some eccentric yet delicious food. With just that in mind, she continued walking. This might have continued for an hour or two, maybe even longer. She continued walking, looking at only her legs. She walked.
お姉ちゃん
If someone hadn't called out to her, she wouldn't have even realized that she'd already reached her destination. She was now at a shabby dark station, much like the previous one. The sign there said Katasu. This place
お
was...
姉ちゃん
Called out once again, she looked to her left. There was a concrete platform within reach, and on it there was a child, a silhouette of a child with a cheap-looking kimono and bobbed hair. The child's voice was androgynous and not very articulate. The moon was hidden now, and the only sources of light were the sky and the sign. Hisako couldn't see the
なん
child's
で
face.
こんなところにいるのここは行っちゃいけないところだよ
The voice was innocent, but a bit strict and harsh too.
出してあげるからついてきて上がれる
The child gave Hisako a hand. She, however, merely stared at it. It was so close, yet she couldn't see past the hand's shadow. A dark child. Could it be that...
懸命でやらせられるの記者のお方
The sudden girlish voice made both Hisako and the child turn to face its source. There was a strange-looking figure near the ticket gate. She was clad in bandages and looked about 16 or 17.
お姉ちゃん悪いものが来たよ急いで逃げなきゃ
くくれやひとひにひとりきりたった
With that, Hisako instantly knew who she had to trust. That was the song that Chiemi Serizawa had taught her back in Fujiyoshi. Ignoring the child, she ran to the platform, climbed up, and hid behind the
よう
girl.
頑張られましたな
あなた安永くんの
黙りなされ
逆らうの
That was no longer a child's voice. It wasn't even human. The child had been replaced by a vortex of darkness that looked somewhat humanoid. However, that wasn't true darkness. It was a chaos that consumed all, even light. For a moment, Hisako thought that she'd seen 3 shining spots on his face, but she instantly looked away. If this thing wanted it, it could have prevented her from doing that. It could even crush her sanity completely. That was just how big of a deal this thing was.
この者は我がしもべじゃあなた様は手を出さぬ約定のはず
嘘だ
これからそうなる
そうやってこれから幾度邪魔をするのか
もう次はせぬ
そうだねお前はあの場所で我にかくまわれていた弱々しき神のはずだもの狼や蛇に睨まれて言いなりになっていた弱い弱い弱い神だもの立てつくことな
それでも我は落ち戻った
そうだねだからこっちにも戻ってこないで山の中でじっとしていて
五章じゃ
ふーん許そ
ありがたいう
橋本雄大を代わりにしようか
Hisako almost stopped breathing. Why would that name come up here? There was no reason to ask. She knew it all.
やめてくださいじゃあ来てよわがままだな命の値段を何だと思ってるの
That was Hisako's line. However, she didn't have the guts to talk back against this dark, crawling chaos.
どうして
弱 夢の霧の中であまた苛まれ切り刻まれし呪わしき魂、闇の食事にふさわしい。あのまま闇に届けるつもりが如月で逃してしまった。
代わりにあやつを差し出そう。
The unnerving girl turned around to the ticket gates. It was hard to see, but there's a silhouette there. It was a very old man. But why did it seem like there was a dagger in his throat?
類まれなる横島の御霊じゃ。
Oh, hey, look.
あなたさん
It's what I asked for.
役にも立てられよう。
I asked for the old man who ends up fucking stabbing himself in the neck to be given a more fitting end, a crueler fate. This side story apparently disregards that. I'm just gonna assume translation error. This VN unfortunately has a bit of grammar, spelling, repetitiveness.
しかし釣り合わぬ。
何？
こうしよう。お姉ちゃん。闇が好きなんでしょ
No.
これからたくさん見せてあげるよ。
Don't wanna.
約束が違う。
糧にならぬというならば、せめて我が慰みとなるがよし。
Damn. That's what she gets for wanting paranormal events.
短き様を嘆きつつ、それをのばさんとして醜くあがき続けるがよし。神は試練を与えるもの。そうだよね、お姉ちゃん。
She couldn't say anything back.
それで身の程を知れ。
承知し、行くぞ、女。
The girl dragged her. Past the old man who struggled for breath, and out of the station, into a dark road. As Yasunaga stood alone in the campus without purpose, the cell phone he'd borrowed rang. It made him jump. It was a call from a public phone. Could it be that?
もしもし、
私、間宮久子。
無事でしたか？今どこです？
無事っちゃ無事かな。一応5体満足だけど、死ぬほど疲れた。
I like how, by the way, in every single one of these side stories, there has been a heavy supernatural element.
今どこです？自宅ですか？
奥多摩。
For example, since you haven't played this one, in Rikako and Nosato's route, do you plan on doing that at any point? It's not really a route, it's a side story. So in their side story, Nosato moves to a desolate house that's considered very, very cheap for some reason. You already know where this is going. Rikaku goes outside after finding a pink spider, and the pink spider is something that rekindles her loving personality from before, the cute personality. It's basically the part of the Tsuchigumo that manifested that loving personality of hers. So she goes outside, finds a child. The child's crying about his parents getting divorced, and she sees these threads coming off of him. She ties the threads together and sings the long-forgotten traditional song from Fushiyoshi about welcoming the guests, because the pink spider taught that to her. After she ties the threads together, the boy runs away, and she's like, "Don't worry, this will make sure that your parents don't leave each other anymore." And he falls into a well. Nosato comes back home because she had sent him out to do some shopping for her. She wanted razors and tampons, and she made him do it, even though he was like, "There's a housekeeper coming soon." He comes back, and she's like, "You fucking idiot! Get that kid out of the well!" And he gets the kid out of the well eventually, but the kid's already drowned by this point. So Nosato starts doing CPR. And then Rikako, lost in anguish, turns around and sees a ghost behind her, surrounded by two swirling dark voids. Apparently, the child that she had spoken to was a ghost to begin with. He had already died by falling down that well and drowning several years ago. The haunted house was his home. The swirling voids could finally pass on. The child was staying here because his parents had killed themselves on purpose after they realized that their child had fallen and drowned. So all three of those ghosts move on. The child itself in Nosatsu's arms turns into a skeleton. The police wrap it up. Nosato goes inside. He's depressed, a lot of anxiety, a lot of shit on his plate. Reikako comes in. She's like, I can't believe you're acting this pathetic. I can't believe I thought I was cool. I thought you were cool for even a second. And he's like, wait, what? Oh? She's nice? And then she's like, can I borrow your books? Can I like learn how to cook? You should fire your housekeeper, by the way. I'm gonna be the housekeeper from now on. And then he's like, I can't wait to try what you have to feed me. And then she does her "Whoa" sound, and that's it. That's basically the route. Oh, and also she borrowed lewd books from him without him knowing. She opened up a box, and she was like, "Damn, these look hot and spicy. I can't wait to read these later." And he asks her at the end of the route, "Hey, did you borrow any of my lewd books?" And she's like, "No." And that's their route, basically. It's a bit of a comfy story, but you feel very sad for Nosato throughout, I would say 70% of it, because Rikako is extremely hard to deal with. She's depressed and mean and unresponsive, and all she's doing is sitting around and watching TV and calling him bad things and refusing to bathe. And then at some point, if I remember correctly, Chiemi came to visit and forced her to bathe and called her really mean things and bought her a lot of shit. Bought her a lot of embarrassing shit, mostly. Like a maid outfit. And very lewd clothing. Probably because she was trying to set up Nosato and Chiemi. Well, not Chiemi, sorry. Nosato and Rikako. That's basically the route. There are probably some details here and there that I missed, like the fact that she read a nursing book and it took her an hour and she wasn't even halfway done with the small nursing book. Just a lot of shit like that, basically.
Eh?
The immersion for that route was pretty good, but it's not as good as the immersion for this one.
オリベ君とこの神様、シビアすぎない？
まあ、でも、いい神様ですよ。
そうみたいね。ちょっと遭難しかけただけで、人里を出られたし、タクシー乗り継いで帰る。
タクシーですか？とんでもない値段になるんじゃ。
もう電車には当分乗りたくないの。
もっともですね。とにかく、迎えに
Fuck
行きます。
trains.
安全な場所で休んでいてください。
Some people are into that. Is that someone knocking, or was that some other shit? Oh, that's just some other shit. Okay. 3 hours later, a taxi approached the Okutama bench Hisako Mamiya had been idling on.
間宮さん。
The young man who got off instantly ran over to her.
本当に来てくれるとは。
Her whisper made her realize just how tired she was. However, there were no signs of all the falling and vomiting she did in the Kisaragi station. Her high heels were okay too, and the ball pen wasn't broken. Her cell phones were still charged as well.
無事でよかったです。
実のところ、ちょっと今でも信じられないけどね。
By this, she meant the experience itself, and the fact that she'd escaped from that being...
でも、君がいなかったら絶対に戻ってこられなかったと思う。
いえ。それより間宮さん、お金を持ってますか？
ん？
駅からタクシー乗ったんですが、もう門なしになっちゃいました。
Oh no, they're all really long. I was halfway through it. I had literally just kept Raging Loop open because I wasn't sure if I could save in the middle of them, so... Because the first half was their bike broke down on the road, and then they were chased through the woods. I guess it. No, this one is longer than the last one. Yeah. The longest one was either. This one's the longest one, then Rikako's was second longest, and Bear one was definitely the shortest. She sighed, remembering that the boy was the definition of penniless. It was a valid problem to have, but it didn't make her feel good. She staggered a bit as she got up, but it was only due to her walk down the mountain and mental fatigue. Perhaps she'd even lost several of her sanity points. The thing had said it would show her even more darkness. She wanted to brush it off as a joke, like it only said that to menace and ridicule her. That was the kind of being it was.
とりあえず帰ろっか。
Mamiya's insight has gone up, against her will.
ええ。どうします？駅にしろ直行にしろ大丈夫だって運転手さんは言ってますけど。
電車はな。
僕が見張っておいてあげますよ。
The words caught Hisako off guard.
それならいいかしら。まあ電車の方が楽だし。
ん？どうしたんです？
She was just having a moment of weakness. This boy was really dependable, but he really wasn't her type. Hell, he was underage too, and a lot younger than her. It'd be a crime.
あ、そうだ。すみませんが、近いうちに休みずに来てもらえますか？
どうして？
なんかうちの神様が間宮さんを助けるために色々あったらしくて、会わなきゃって言ってました。
That expression.
僕に渡したお守りだけじゃちょっと心もとないから、ちゃんと色々するとかなんとか。
That reminded Hisako that she'd become her follower.
なんか変な儀式とかあるのかしら。
いや、今はもうないですよ。
やっぱり興味あるな、君の村。もうちょい調べさせてもらえない？一応学芸員の資格はあるんだけど。
あ、それで思い出した。大学紹介の件ですけど。
ああ、そうかそうか。って四国まで車で行くのって大丈夫？明日の日程が終わったら夜のうちに出てとか。
僕は大丈夫ですけど。
じゃあそれでアポ取っておこうかしら。その足で四国行って帰る足で富士吉村？それなら君も楽だろうし。というか明日も送迎してあげるわよ。一応軽だけど車はあるから。
え、そんなにしていただいたら悪いですよ。
いいのいいの。今日する予定だった買い出しもする予定だし。
And she didn't want to be alone.
それじゃあ、ぜひお願いします。僕も自分の故郷の歴史を自分の手で紐解けたらなって思ってるんです。その時は間宮さんと一緒にするっていうのもいいかもしれないなって。
面白いこと言うわね。そりゃずいぶん長い付き合いになっちゃいそうだ。
Yasunaga began to have trouble putting his thoughts into words, which made Hisako tilt her head.
どうしたの？
神様が最後にちょろっと言ってたんですけどね。帰依させるには、お嫁にとか。いや、なんでもないです。ちゃんと別の方法を用意してもらえるよう頼んでおいたんで、大丈夫です。
Seeing the boy turn beet red, she felt that he really was still a child. She found it charming, and it was a perfectly healthy impression to have.
とにかく行こうか。運転手さん待ってるし。
そうですね。
奥多摩か。駅の近くにすごく美味しいラーメン屋があるって聞いたから、そこで今日は食べよっか。
さすがプロの情報ですね。でもお金が。
命の恩人にはおごるわよ、当然。
そんなって今更か。じゃあすみません。ごちそうになります。
They got in the taxi, and as Hisako listened to Yasunaga give directions to the driver, she finally relaxed. She resolved to feed him her own food tomorrow. That sentiment was even stronger than it was this afternoon. You okay? Oh. Okay, that's silly. But that was because he'd saved her life, surely. They'd then go to Shikoku. It wouldn't just be a drive, but a real trip. And then they'd visit his home. What a packed schedule. She was excited, tense, and strangely uneasy about it.
何もなければいいな。
She'd always yearned to experience something blatantly occult and paranormal, but now she knew it was something to enjoy from a distance. Hisako suddenly wanted to see that informant, Haruaki Fusayashi, again. That insolent man had gone through a mystery she hadn't, and she felt she could bond with him over their strange experiences. It was high time she made an appointment with him, so she resolved to make one at all costs.
そういえば、間宮さん。
As the driver began taking them to the station, Yasunaga took something out and gave it to Hisako.
写真？
ええ。安水の遺跡から出たものらしいです。人柱になった昔の方の遺物だとか。こんな文化、どこにも見たことないから、すごくいい研究テーマになるんじゃないかって思うんですけど。間宮さん？
これ、あなたの神様だったりしないわよね。
ええ。これは、もういない神様です。
なら、まあ。
She felt like she'd just seen a whole new face to the world. The beast mask with three red eyes carved on it made Hisako think of the darkness looming ahead of her, causing her to feel lethargic and look up at the taxi's ceiling. End. Okay. How many of these do I have left? 2. Boy and Girl versus In From Hell, which is a comedy. And Sheep versus Stack of Reports. Ah! Tie up loose ends. Okay, this side story might help then. Oh god.
ねえ、やっぱやめよ、もっち。
僕は疲れた。はるちゃんも疲れた。まあ、野宿でも僕はいいけど。
それは嫌。
もっと他探す？
The sun had already set, and the air was filled with the orchestra of bugs and frogs. The two of them were in the mountains. Though the scene was similar, they were quite far, apparently, from Fujiyoshi, and more or less stranded. Their circumstances were simple. It was summer break, and they had no school. In Yasumizu, summer break was basically doing your homework, tending the fields, pulling weeds, etc. In the past, they used to catch bugs and so on, but they weren't kids anymore, so summer break was pretty boring. Yasunaga had also seized this chance to visit Tokyo colleges. In times like these, it was normal for the resident of Yasumizu to give a little money for travel expenses. That said, the lion's share of that money was mostly provided by the adults. Kanzo's hunting income and mountain festival tributes often covered the majority of the funds. Yasumizu had barely any concept of personal funds to begin with. But recent events had changed things. Before, the majority of people's money had been re-levied by the Higuchi under the pretext of paying for the eatery's expenses and school funds. But now that they had skipped town, it all gone up in the air. At the present, the Nosato were dealing with the few assets the Migurume and Higuchi had left behind, while compensating for the losses of the deposits the two families had taken off with. As part of that, the other day, they'd returned all the traceable assets that they'd levied back to Yasumizu. As a result, some of the cash they'd gathered had fallen into the lap of Yasumizu's representative, Tai. This money was distributed to everyone, but the majority of it was immediately saved up for the construction of the shrine to the recently resurrected god. That said, there was no mistaking that it was a rare case of discretionary income for Yasumizu. That blessing was also distributed to the children as allowance. Yasunaga had taken his whole sum and used it to buy a reference book and to cover travel expenses for college visits. Furthermore, his brother Yoshitsugu had used his money to go to the city and buy a new sharp knife for his mother to use in the dining hall. However, Chikamochi had no intention of going on to college, while Haru was a 10th grader, so it was still too early for her to consider it. After seeing Yasunaga off as he departed on his college visits, the two took a bus to the nearby city of Kachihara. All of Yasumizu looked at it as a date. Even without Yasunaga, the two of them had a surprising amount of fun hanging out in the city. Normally, they had a good balance, the free-spirited Chikamochi in the lead, the reserved Haru falling behind, and the Yasunaga between them. But now Chikamochi and Haru were side by side, both metaphorically and physically. Haru had learned to talk about what she wanted to do, rather than just reject things she didn't. While Chikamochi had learned how to ask for Haru's opinions and preferences before he did anything. With the incident 2 months prior serving as the trigger, the two of them were learning the social skills and spirit of cooperation most people already possessed. Though they did keep their rather bizarre sense of fashion. Thus their date had gone almost perfectly. Their mistakes had happened all at once near the end. They'd gotten on the wrong bus. They were so tired from their date that they fell asleep. When they'd realized what happened, they panicked and ended up getting off at the bus station at some mountain they'd never heard of. They didn't have cell phones or a map, and it seemed that the bus they were on were the last one for the day. And so the lost boy and girl walked down the road as the sun fully set, bringing us to now. Fortunately, they hadn't gotten completely lost, and had managed to arrive at this place. An inn in the middle of the mountains? At first glance, it looked like a large, seasoned, Japanese-style inn that you'd see deep in the mountains on a commercial. But on closer inspection, it only looked that way on the surface, and the Japanese-style parts were just papier-mâché put together with duct tape and vinyl bags. The majority of it was constructed with cheap prefab materials, and it seemed one part of it had simply been left broken with no attempt made to fix it. On the other hand, it was well lit. But seeing the disheartening name, Bed End, on the inn's lit-up signboard provoked nothing but anxiety from Haru.
お金いくら残ってるの？入ったって泊まれないでしょうに。
なんか馬小屋かどっかで寝させてもらえればいいじゃん。
時代劇とかじゃないから。
まあ2000円くらいあるからなんとかなるんじゃないかな。
私も1000円もないよ。
She'd bought some accessories for herself and gloves as a present for her grandfather, so she barely had any allowance left. Chikamochi had only bought some fast food with Haru, and was satisfied with just rolling up all the nearby flyers without even reading them. In the first place, there were very few places that would let the two of them stay for under 3,000 yen. Neither of them were under that impression.
じゃあどうする？
Though their grasp of common sense had matured, Shikamochi still did whatever he wanted without reservation, while Haru was introverted, so they found themselves at odds in times like these. However, Haru was learning how to compromise without simply giving up on her opinion.
わかった。とりあえず入ってみて、そこで電話を借りよう。それで、香織さんにどうすればいいか聞こう。
おお、はるちゃん、なんか休んみたいだ。
バカね。兄ちゃんには到底及ばないわよ。
むー。
そんなとこで焼かない。手つなぐ？
つなぐ。
And so the two of them entered the suspicious inn named Bed the End.
ようこそ死にそうへ。や
おお、結構びっくりしたのに、はるちゃんの声がすごくてそっちの方がびっくりした。おばちゃん生きてる人間じゃないな。
正真正銘の心霊現象でございます。あとこっちは去年33歳だと誰がおばさんが殺すぞ。
はるちゃん落ち着きなよ。心霊現象の親玉のくせにさ、パンツ見えちゃうじょ。
無理。確かに最近なんか気配を感じること増えたけど、こんなド直球無理。
おばちゃん、何者？この世に未練あるの？
なんかこういう反応が面白くて、そんないい加減な理由で悲願とのじゃないわよ。
Based!
旅館の名前変えんな。
In my defense, I thought it would be funny.
変態だ。
モッチー帰るよ。こんな場所にいられるもんですか。まあ当然もう出られないという。いやー、モッチーそっち持って。私こっち引くから。
うおー、このドア硬いぞ。
まあまあ取って食ったりはしませんから。みんなお客様よ。
カタカタカタカタ。
Okay. Oh no.
これは取って食われる。
モッチー、せめて最後は抱きしめて。
いや、これはちょっと特別きついのが集まっちゃっただけで。なこちゃん、
おそばに。
お若いお二人ご案内。
Wait a fucking minute! This is where Haruaki stayed! This is where he stayed! Oh my god! No wonder he hated it!
はるちゃんあったかい。柔らかい。
あらまあ、若いっていいわね。
いい加減にせんか、バカ者どもが。
It was a threat full of divine might. The inn's lobby, jam-packed with ghosts and apparitions, fell silent. All of them, Chikamochi included, were sitting on their knees.
おう、神。貴様、この辺りの山のものか。神を前に用もはっちゃけてくれたな。
はあ、まさか神様が泊まりに来られるとは。お風呂炊かなくちゃ。
映画化決定。なんで己らが最近のネタを抑えておるのじゃ。
この子はつい最近こっちに来ましたので。
なんかこう、歴史と伝統あふれる幽霊屋敷じゃないの？
いえいえ、私がこの山で非業の死を遂げた5年ほど前に始まったものです。
浅いの歴史。してなんじゃ？そのありさまじゃと。
It's gonna be something really
獣か
fucking
交
silly.
通事故か？
いえ、会社での使い込みがバレてこうなったら自殺のふりして踏み倒そうと山に入ったら散歩で崖から落ちまして。
Oh my god.
気持ちいいくらい自業自得じゃった。
山の雑霊やら高2やらが寄ってたかって指差し笑いバカにする中息絶えまして、その無念から怨霊に。
Fair enough.
神様、笑っていい？
やめとくのじゃ一応。で、あれか。いろいろあったが自殺は良くないということで、山で迷った者のために宿を開いたと。
いえ、この宿に仕組まれた仕掛けの数々で私よりも滑稽な死に方をさせスカッとしようと。
Oh.
最低じゃな。もう
How
普
did
通に迷惑
Haruaki
な怨霊じゃ。
survive this place?
違います。我々は語ってはおりますが、
This was before his looping powers.
エンターテイナーであろうと目覚めた者たちなのです。
カタカタカタカタ。
というわけで、山に死を求めた方、欲望を持ち込んだ方、その他ただ通りすがっただけの方も対象とし、取って食うなど生ぬるい、せいぜい壮絶な笑い死にを遂げていただこうというのが当旅館のコンセプトでございます。神パーンチ。成仏する、成仏。
Oh hey. Fucking Konosuba.
下克上の気配。安心せえ。峰打ちじゃ。しかし、見ればそこそこ力も人望もある様子。真面目にやれば神にもなれように。こんな非道なしのぎはやめて我が門下に入らぬか。山の真意を共に盛り上げるのじゃ。
嫌です。支配とか興味ないですし。
じゃあしょうがないの。渾身の神ヤクザキックで昇天せい。
おーっと、良いのですか？私が成仏すると、ここは単なる超絶不浄な心霊スポットに戻りますよ。
Smug.
神様はお宿を。
I don't know who the voice actress is for this Proprietus, but I really like her.
それって別に僕らが幻覚見てるだけで、現実では結局それなんじゃ。
そういうしょうもないやつもおるが、こやつは一応全てを実体化させておるようですな。迷いがのごときか。
我々のおもてなしをお受けになるなら、快適な一夜をお約束いたしますよ。
つま
Interesting.
りあれか。一晩安全に宿を貸す代わり、ここでの
And
情
free.
報は見逃せと、そう申すか。
タコにも、いや、イカにも。
タコやイカは好きじゃ。
神様違う。
我らはあまり金は持っておらぬぞ。それでも良いのじゃろうな。
それは
モッチーは。
もう。おお、幽霊旅館で宿泊だ。
まあそうじゃろうな。春のやつはあんまり気が進まんようじゃが、他よりマシとも思ってはおるようじゃ。
そういうわけで、絶対危害は加えないでよね。それはもう。
くっくっく。3階のお部屋にご案内いたします。
The hostess also had a really similar voice.
こちら、お部
Not
屋
similar,
と
sorry.
見せか
Very
けて
familiar
落とし
voice.
穴でございます。
はるちゃんと。
What happened to the safety guarantee?
非力な僕にはきついじょ。ちなみにこの下何があるの？
腰までの深さのうんこが。
Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
最低すぎる。というか何あんた、危害は加えないって言ったじゃん。大丈夫ですよ神様。いつもなら無数のうんこ型の鉄のトゲトゲの串刺しになるところですよ。
Oh my
それも嫌
god.
だけど罠は全部やめろ。はるちゃん、それより手を。しょ。
くっくっく。かわされた。
約束が違うでしょ。だから危害は加えませんってば。これはそう、いわゆるサービスです。サービス？はい、アトラクションと言ってもいい。 この何もない山奥の宿で提供できるのはスリルとサスペンスくらいですから。いらない。
This in fucking sucks.
そいつは困ります。
I want my time
ドラ
back.
イブに植えた一段ゆえ、この程度の集体は晒していただかねば。
Oh no.
しゅったい。やっぱあんた悪霊じゃない。絶対ぶっ飛ばしてやるわ。いいのかな。建物が消滅したらあなたは声だめ行き。こんなー。はるちゃん、諦めようよ。
Blackmail.
このおばちゃんに一杯食わされたんだよ。おばちゃん呼ばわりは許さないけど、そういうことよ。
おかみ、あんまり調子に乗ると、明日何が何でも成仏させられるんじゃ。
That's assuming you go to heaven.
とりあえず次はちゃんとした部屋に案内して差し上げて。
はい、こちらです。くっくっく。
いや、もう許しませんけど。部屋。普通の部屋だわ。よくわかんないけど、罠もないっぽい。
どうぞごゆっくり。
あ、ちょっと待って。うちに電話したいんだけど。
あるにはありますが、列島の下に埋まってる子に中継お願いするんで、やや地獄的な内容に変換されますが。
絶対使わない。香りママそっと押しそう。神様、なんとかなんない？
貴様は神を何と思うておられるのじゃ。
いやー、大したことじゃなくてさ、神様の加護であの子たちは無事って思えたらいいなって。実際そうなんだし。はるちゃんのじっちゃんが淡くって鉄砲振り回してきたら嫌じゃん。
確かにそれはいろいろあれであらすな。そのくらいならまあよかろう。よろしいですか。ではごゆっくり。
もう大丈夫？
うむ。皆さほど心配せぬであろう。
よーし、部屋を荒らすぞー。やめなさいよって言いたいところだけど、今回に限ってはあちこちひっくり返さないと不安で仕方ないわ。罠あると思う？絶対あるでしょ。むしろ一撃死させれば大丈
There
夫
is
だ
a
と思って
non-zero
やばいのを
chance.
仕掛けてる可能性があるわ。なんかそういうのはもう大丈夫な気がする。ただ何かはある気がする。何かって何？なんかもっと嫌がらせ的なさ。例えばこの茶筒を開けたら、茶っ葉の茶パテ
ででーん。神様アウト。
100！何これ。痛い。200年前の遥か南国の勇者によるお尻ツンツンの刑ですわ。ほら、良い具合になってきたでしょ。なるかバカというか、何をアウトって。いえ、もうすぐこういうのがテレビ放映されて大人気になると電波がね。おばちゃん、解説のためならどこからでも出てくるな。というかこれは危害でしょうが。約束違反。宿と引き換えにどんな無茶も通るとは思わないでよね。神様実は魔女っぽいから喜んでいただけると思いましたのに。どこのそういう人だっていきなり霊に尻をつつかれて喜ぶわけないでしょうが。わかりました。じゃあ中ちゃんプラン053で。
了解。くっくっく。
茶っ葉の茶パティ。ちょっとあんたら連れて行きなさいよ、このしゃべる茶筒。
ごゆっくり。 去ったわね。
プラン何番まであるんだろ
モッチーの勘で、なんとか回避できない？
そういうの、神様なら一発で読めるんじゃないの？
あんまり頼りたくないのよ。私たちの問題だし、それに、ポンポン使ってたら真意が落ちちゃう。
そっか。何にも触らないで、おとなしくするのが良さそうな気がする。
正論ね。
落ち着いて見てみると、外側はあんなにしょぼかったのに、中は結構ちゃんと和室だったね。
確かに、
Since Shikamochi always arrives to the
まさかの
solution
本家の部屋
without
も
any
こんな感じ
problem
だった
solving
な。
at all, without any work,
そっか、
does that just
モ
mean
ッ
his
チー
head
も
is
元々
always
は長
empty?
者だったんだ。
やっすんもね。あと、ちえねえもでしょ？ちえねえのはびっくりしたな。
そうだね。温泉旅行でいろいろ教えてもらったけど、傷も見せてもらった。
こうして見ると、安水の半分くらいは、長者の血縁なんだよね。
そうかも。でも、みんなもう安水の仲間だよね。
当たり前じゃん。
だよね。
まあ、そうじゃなかったら、やっすんちもちえねえもいなくなってたんじゃないかな。
そっか。身車と樋口、いなくなっちゃったもんね。
うん。
いい気味じゃな。
はるちゃんも言ってたけど、なんか神様今日出てきすぎじゃない？なんかまた変なこと考えてない？
無礼なことを。別にもう貴様らをどうこうしようとは思ってはおりませぬ。貴様が鏡として世を馴染んできたのもあるが、まあ別に出てきとうて出てきとるわけでもありませんぞ。春のやつが言う通り、やつが我にすがれば我は現れる。
Oh
もう
no.
少し強くならねば、我の権限は止められぬでしょうな。
そっか。じゃあ、はるちゃんが強い大人になったら、もう出てこないのか。
うん。じゃからはよ祠をお立てなされ。そうなれば、勘語りするのは貴様ぞ、モッチー。
なんか、歌とか踊りとか、覚えた方がいい？
ほう。嬉しいことを言うてくれる。神おろしの舞を舞うてくれるなら、我が格も上がろうというものじゃ。
じゃあやるよ。どうせやりたいこともないし。
Blank slate.
貴様が本気でそう思うておるのはわかるが。
Blank
よ
fucking
ろしいの
slate.
か？モッチーも大学行きたいとかないの？成績ひどいけど、やる気になればできるんじゃないの？
そりゃあ外で遊びたいとは思うけど、遊ぶためのところじゃないって先生も言ってたしな。やっすんみたいに、どうしてそうなるかとかは別に面白くないんだよ。ただ面白いのがいいんだ、僕は。
私は、面白い？
うん。きっと、一生面白い。
私、多分大学行くよ。
え？
私、女だから腕力はないでしょ。お金もない。だから、もうちょっと勉強して、頭で強さを手に入れるの。それで、安水をもっと素敵な場所にする。
それは、すごいけどさ。何すんの？建築とか？やっすんみたいに法律？
兄ちゃんは多分、そっちには行かない。だからそうだね。私が行ってもいいかも。あとは、お金関係、経済とか、金融とか。いずれ、札束で長者のほっぺた殴ってやろうって思ってたのよ。
おー、
Based.
かっこいい。
まあ、今はちょっと状況変わっちゃったけどさ。やっぱ経済には興味あるから、そっちに進むと思う。その時、モッチーはどうすんの？安水で4年間待ってる？
それは、 やだ。
私もやだ。という
I
か、
will lean
神
forward
様は本当は休
turn
みぞ
off
離れた
auto
くないって言ってるし。だからせ
and
め
check
て、
it real quick.
妻子たるモッチーには、そばにいてもらわないと。
Let's see. Based. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, it's very impressive. Alright.
働く？
モッチーには難しそうだな。まあ、大学生ができそうな気も
True,
しないけ
true.
ど、
That is a good idea.
なんかないかな。モッチーが好きなことできそうな場所。
I don't know why it's cold today.
よくわかんないけど、人生ってめんどくさいな。
じゃからといって、死んでみようなどと思うてはなりませんぞ、モッチ
ちょっと思っただけなのに、
That would be pretty
神
cool.
様にはバレバレか。
最悪、狼じじいみたいになっても生きててよ。私が死ぬまででいいからさ。
すっごいわがまま。
うん。悪く生きるって約束したから。
わかった。
約束だよ。
じゃあ、もうちょっと面白く生きる方法を探さなきゃな。
そうだよ。みんなそうやって一生懸命やってるんだから。
Yep,
ね。
that's exactly what it was.
お腹すいた。
だよね。お昼からだいぶ経っ
Well,
ちゃったし、
she just
仕
wouldn't
方
know
ないよ
anything,
ね。
unfortunately.
そうだな。
The plan wouldn't
その
have
辺
worked.
で
The last
山
route
菜
would have
探して
failed
食べよっ
ultimately.
か。
もっち、そういう山登りとか
Good
した
thing
ら
he's not having empty.
神様がそういうこと言う？
In my defense, I
う
thought
ち
it
以
would
外
be
の山
funny
に浮気するでない。
でしょ？
to not cheat on me with another mountain.
そっか。
しないしない。
That's a line.
ほんと？
うん。
お食事の準備ができました。
ノックくらいしなさいよ。
What?
っていうかせめて戸を開けて入れ。
っていうか、ご飯
Oh, okay.
いただけるの？
お召し上がりの度胸が。
Sokka, sokka. Yeah. Let's see. There. Where is it? It's memes? Alright. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'd rather take damage than not pleasure the flame Atronach. I'm definitely saving this one. Ugh. Oh! Fucking Donkey Kong. Okay. Alright, fine. I'll download that one too, I guess. Alright, there we go. Go back to Raging Loop.
あれば
They did have the unko shaped
行くだけ行ってみる？
skewers.
行くだけね。
我が力によりカレーに改変されたうんことうんこに改変されたカレーです。どっちを食べたいですか？絶対やると思ったわバカが。髪が30本ほど成仏した。やめてください神様。食べてる途中にうんこに変わってしまいますよ。
This ghost is the worst.
これも幻
Very
ってわ
entertaining
け
to
じゃな
watch,
く
though.
て。はい、私がこの世にいる限りうんこはカレーのままです。だからこっち食べても大丈夫だよ、はるちゃん。
Yeah.
どっちも食えるわけないでしょ。ちょっと悪いけど外出させてもらうわ。どうなさるので？モッチーと一緒に野草でも取ってきて煮て食べるの。台所貸しなさい。
Well, that's no
あと明かり
fun.
も欲しい。それもダメならそう言えば。恨みがましく一晩苦しむだけだし。っていうか、考えたらここの台所の水とか使うの嫌だわ。やっぱやめようか。お腹すいた。それでうんことか食べるのは聖者の名誉にかけて嫌。そっか。
Send it to me.
何よ。
もしよかったら一つお願いしてもいい
Oh,
でしょう
okay.
か。
戻ったぞモッチー。ほう、大量であるな。
いやー、夏にあるはずのないやつとか、
I'll
こ
check
こ
real
らに
quick.
生えるはずないキノ
Let's
コと
see.
か。
Oh, yeah. This one has 100% been posted before. We made it up. A writer made this one.
いっぱい
Pure
取れて
fiction.
さー、ありえない感じだなー。
まあ、要はそういうこと。ここがそういう場所じゃということに相違のうございますな。ほれ、ここの者が申した場所で汲んだ清水じゃ。それに、奥の墓場に米と味噌が備えられておった。なんとも良好じゃ。
わーお。はるちゃんそんなん使っていいの？
いいんじゃないの？緊急事態だし。それに、おおむねお供えの意に沿う形で使うんだし。
いや、またおばちゃんの力で変えられたうんこだったりしないかなって。
嫌なこと言うわね。
さすがにそこまではいたしません。この旅館を維持するだけで精一杯ですし。
自分らへのお供えにそんなことしない。くっくっく。
まあいいわ。信じた。とりあえず、火と鍋を。
カタカタカタカタ。グベベ、エベベエベ。
まさか人玉で焚き火する日が来るなんて思わなかったな。
ロマンチックじゃん。
そうかな。いろいろ麻痺してきた。
Haru and Shikamochi sound surrounded by ghosts. That said, it wasn't actually that terrifying. They boiled plenty of water, cooked a little bit of rice, edible plants, and mushrooms in it, and melted miso, resulting in extremely primitive rice gruel. However, the generally crude ghosts and imps just watched, not interfering. It was like a service for suffering spirits. The proprietress said she would assist them if they would cook for all the lingering souls, too. In response to that, a thought crossed Haru's mind. Though they were condescending and hedonistic, in the end, these spirits were probably just lonely. They probably wanted to be consoled by having others cook food for their sakes.
おかゆ炊けたよ。
ありがとうございます。
お椀ある？
十分に。
And so Haru and Shikamochi personally distributed rice gruel to the long line of ghosts. One was a pale-faced warrior who'd fled battle. One was a headless soldier. One was a bride who cried blood. One was a fusion of multiple dead. One was a demon with around 30 arms or so. One was a rotting crow tengu. One was a towering yokai with a stern face. One was an eyeless round yokai with a wide grin and tiny legs. One was a chupacabra. One was a mokele mimbe. One was a shoggoth. It was a lineup that made Haru want to question the existence of each and every one of them, but she desperately held back and continued distributing the ghouls sincerely and gently. Finally, it ended with the skeleton, meatbag, hostess, and proprietress. There was just enough left for two at the bottom, so Haru and Shikamochi took it for themselves. The moment they sat down on a nearby rock, the presence of the ghosts around them instantly vanished.
成仏した？
いいな。そう簡単にはできんからさまようておるのですぞ。じゃがまあ、少しは気が落ち着いて安らいでおるのでしょうな。
そっか。じゃあ僕らも少しでも食べて安らかになろう。
そうだね。い
いただきます。
うん。ちょっとえぐいけど、美味しいんじゃないかな。
あんまアク抜きしないでも食べられるやつ探したから。
なんか、ほっとする。
お腹空いてる時にこういうの食べると、なんだか変な気分になるよね。
変？
人間って動物だったんだなーとか。
なんか、変だけど、わかるかも。
The two of them discussed those wild fantasies as they slowly ate their gruel.
ご飯が済んだら、お風呂ですよね。
油断してたから結構びっくりした。
Yeah, same.
お上の好感度が規定値を上回りましたので、大浴場がアンロックされました。
そんなシステム知らない。そういや汗っぽいや。熱いもの食べたもんね。
そうでしょう、親切なお客様。ぜひ当館自慢の露天風呂で汗をお流しを。
なんで急にサービス品質爆上げするのよ。あのままにしとけばなんかしっとりオチがつきそうな気配だったじゃない。多分お風呂にもどうしようもない仕掛けがあって全部台無しになる流れだ。絶対行かない。
まあそれは使わないでおきます。こう見えても受けた恩はちゃんとあだ以外で返すスタンスですから。
信じねば汗まみれの不快な夜を過ごすのみ。
まあ最初みたいな悪意はなさそうな気がするけど。
マジね、もっち。
マジだ。
行くわ。じゃあ。
問題なかったね。
問題終わりよ。
The bath was mixed bathing.
ちなみにこれも 本来は声だめとかだったりするのかな。
考えないようにしてたのに。
違いますよ。むしろ無人の山奥でそんなにうんこを集める方が大変でしょ。
What horrible thing do you have to tell us about this hot spring?
ここは一応もともと温泉旅館だったみたいです。そ
Oh,
の
okay.
時の光景をこうして呼び出してるだけですよ。
なんで潰れちゃったんだろ
ぶっちゃけ不景気らしいわ。
やっぱ世の中お金だな。
That is the most horrible thing she said yet.
う。っていうかおばちゃん、血は？
まあ入浴中は止めておかないと湯船がかなりホラーになりますんで。
でも、気を使ってくれるんだ。
まあなんていうか、こういうのってみんな初めてですからね。ちょっとくらいサービスしてもいいかなと。
なんか
Ah.
この人たち、普通に善玉になれるんじゃない？
違いますし、これはただの10日交換ですし、これからも悪霊としてブイブイ言わせていきますし。
っていうか普通の格好したら、おばちゃん全然若いじゃん。
ようやく認めたわね。
僕と遊ぼう。
男じゃないの。
あ、そうか。なんか慣れちゃってて当たり前に流してたけど、モッチーのこと知らない人は女の子に見えるか。
ほえー？
待ちなさい。そしたらあなたら女友達同士じゃなくて。
カップルだ。
やめてよ、モッチー。恥ずかしいじゃん。
作戦変更。
And with a fierce scream, the vengeful ghost spun like a whirlpool and fed the bath. Fled the
こ
bath.
れ、やばくない？なんかこう、私らに嫉妬したおかみさんが超怒って、嫌がらせ100倍増しとか。
そんな感じでもなかったけどな。
まあいいか。とりあえず、いいお湯だし。
そうだね。このまま寝そう。
のぼせちゃうよ。
洗いっことかする？
モッチーってば。私たち、もうほとんど大人よ。いつまでもそういう感覚じゃダメだってば。本当は、こうして一緒に入ってるのも、結構恥ずかしいんだよ。モッチーだから、まあいいかって思ってるけどさ。
そっか。そうだね。じゃあ順番に洗い場使おっか。上がってる間、はるちゃんあっち向いてて。
うん、もちろん。なんでいきなりそんな感じに？いや、別にありがたいんだけど。
Though confused by her childhood friend's subtle yet sudden change in attitude, Haru enjoyed her bath in peace. She put her regular clothes back on, feeling slightly disappointed they didn't have yukatas, and met up with Chikamochi outside the bathhouse. They proceeded through the empty hallways and stairwells cautiously, but it didn't seem like there was anything there.
ただただいい湯で終わったのかな。
だね。なんか、着替えるところはすっごい汚かったけど。
要は、モッチーを男の子だと気づいてなかったんだろうね。
Okay.
だから、脱衣所の片付けも適当だし、混浴も罠のつもりじゃなかったんだ。
I'll also be right back. I need to find some way to warm up. This is not okay. I'm freezing. Maybe it's a circulation issue. Oh, you not here? I see. Oof, freezing. Very cool. I'll get my hot drink real quick. Oh, welcome back. I'm almost back. Alright.
罠ね。まだ罠とかあるのかな。もう悪いことしようって気はないんじゃないのかな。
そうかもね。じゃあどうしよう。部屋戻ったらもう寝る？
遊ぼう。
何するの？トランプとか持ってきてないけど、枕投げとか？
もっと大人の遊び。
They say toram
え？
instead of car.
花札とかギャンブル？
No!
どっちにしても道具が。
When they got back to their room, they found a giant futon with 2 pillows laid side by side there.
わーい。
Chikamochi pushed Haru to the ground with a cheerful voice.
ふふふ、遊ぼう。そう、プロレスとか、あるいはそのマッサージとか。
Haru could feel cold sweat rolling down her still flushed skin. Chikamochi was leaning over her, his gaze oddly warm and passionate. Haru had never seen him like this before.
大人の人はみんなするらしいよ。
Oh
なん
no.
だろうな、フィットネスとかかな。服とか脱いでするんだ。相撲ね、相撲だと言って。慣れたら気持ちいいよ。
Oh god.
まさかと思うけど子供ができるようなことじゃないよね。あ、できる。
She had nowhere to run.
なんでそんなことモッチーが言い出すのよ。どう考えてもキャラが間違ってる。いや、はるちゃんとしたかったけど、まだ大人じゃないもんなって我慢してたんだ。
Oh,
でも大人って言うから。
fuck!
自業自得。いや、そんなバカな。むしろモッチーの方がそういうのは全然なさそうじゃん。楽しいことは好きだ。はるちゃんと一緒に楽しくなりたいし。っていうか、どこでそんなん覚えたのよ。まだ上富士吉にいた頃にね、りっちゃんが遊びに来た日に一緒に寝たりしてて。そうじゃった。あの土雲殿め、モッチーをつまみ食いしよったことは許せんぞ。あ、神様。神様はそういうのありでしょ。遊ぼう遊ぼう。あのな、モッチー、我としては全然ありじゃが、春のやつと一緒にやっておる今、やつの心にはだいぶ引きずられるんじゃ。恥ずかしいの？ぜいじゃ、正直めちゃくちゃ動転しておる。第一ほれ、神と交わるなら相応の場所と手続きをじゃな。大丈夫。恥ずかしさが強いほどもっと良くなるってりっちゃん言ってた。
Oh no. What the fuck did she teach him?
っていうか、はるちゃんは覚えてないかもしれないけど、神様だってりっちゃんとなんやかんやあったんでしょ。
That was right. Haru and God remembered. 8 years ago, she did indeed have a brush with Rikako Uematsu when she received her, taking in. She'd wandered into the Feast of the Yomi Purge and gone crazy. It was basically a countermeasure against God inhabiting her body. Mujina and the Tsuchigumo had met at that time, and swore to each other in a secret room that they would fulfill their future schemes and ambitions. The recollections were linked. God and Haru both remembered now. It was that night 8 years ago where Haru, missing her parents, went down the mountain road and returned to Yasumizu. Fearsome dogs prowled around the dense mist like they owned the place, yet Haru had walked right past them without getting attacked. In actuality, the main reason they didn't was because they feared the sound of the water in the canteen Haru was carrying with her. However, the young Haru failed to understand that, and she should have been able to enjoy a leisurely stroll with the presence of mist and beasts around her. She cried as she continued to walk, and what she eventually found was...
ハル、どうしてここに?
her own mother. Her father-in-law and husband had argued, and her husband was hanged, and so that night she didn't shelter. She took a knife and planned to take revenge on the wolves who had torn her family apart. She doubted everything. Either her husband or her father-in-law could have been a wolf. The woman who never wanted to hate everyone now bore all her hatred towards the wolves. All wolves were bad. She'd kill the wolves and get revenge for her family. That pure, justifiable indignation was known as madness. However, the Feast of the Yomi Purge was cruel. It was nothing more than coincidence she'd survived for so long. At that time, the wolves, Old Man Who Cried Wolf, and Gensan, were near Saranaga, and the dogs gathered there. However, she had already suffered numerous wounds from driving the dogs away. Bound by their laws, the people of Yasumizu couldn't leave, nor did they try to. Therefore, she too was doubtlessly fated to be killed by the dogs and suffer the corruption, just like anyone else would be. However, when she saw her daughter calmly wandering through Yasumizu without getting attacked by the dogs, she grew afraid. To her, it may have looked as though her daughter were controlling the dogs surrounding her, commanding them to focus their attack on her own mother. Yes. Haruaki Fusayoshi was wrong. The cause wasn't the friction and isolation between Haru and her grandfather following the event. It was this very moment.
まさかまさか。まさかまさかまさか。このようなことで、落ち戻りがなされようとは。わかる。わかるぞ。この地で狼の眷属方が、いかに愚昧なる振る舞いをしておいでか。
は、る。
哀れな女。恨みたもうな。我は力なき神。貴様を救うことは、あたわざること。せめて、無事などもよ。もう苦しませぬよう、早々に息の根を止めてやるがよい。あるいは、貴様の我への恐れを使えば、蛇の邪魔くらいは、できるやもしれませぬな。この霧、開ければ晴れるやもしれませぬ。さらばその命、無駄とは思わずに、安らかに夜道を歩まれませい。
お母さん。
God had been successfully resurrected, the mother devoured by dogs right in front of her serving as her first mirror. To look at it from a more rational perspective, perhaps one could say that she developed a separate personality to protect her from the cruel environment. She herself believed to be merely acting, and she accepted her mother's death surprisingly calmly. However, there was a peculiarity to it all. While acting, she felt omnipotent, and everything she imagined became reality. In the end, it was apparently the work of a separate intelligence known as God, but that probably couldn't be scientifically proven. The present Haru acknowledged everything, accepted her mother's death, and on top of it, was now going along with God. So in general, she had no problem with any of it. Especially in terms of Rikako Uematsu's rampage. Everyone in Yasumizu, man and woman alike, could all be called victims and perpetrators of it. All she could think was that the things had been resolved as a result of her leaving Yasumizu. It was all a matter of either forgetting or ignoring it. Otherwise, she would end up like the current Haru. To be blunt, it was a killjoy.
もっち、そこに直れ。良いから直れ。我と春からの小言を申しつける。
怒られる。
確かにあの時、我は土雲殿と、
いろいろあったし。そのことは、ついこの前まで春のやつには隠しておった。ああいうのはの、純然たる神の世界の話であれば、珍しくもないが、人の体を返すと、そう簡単ではないのじゃ。春のやつは、よく思ってはおらぬし、今となっては我も、少々罰が悪い。じゃから、言うな。
そっか。じゃあ言わない。
あと、申したじゃろ。山の神は嫉妬深いもの。純潔までは求めんが、我に対して前の女のことを言うなど。
嫉妬はわかるよ。僕もハッサンとやらにハルちゃん取られると思ったら嫌だったし。
そうじゃ。考えてもみよ。あのお方と我が貴様と父雲殿がしたようなことをのべつ幕なしやりまくっておったら。
むむむ。それは嫌だぞ。っていうか、したの？はるちゃん。
今の我はしておらんぞ。それに前でもまでじゃったし。
それ知ってるぞ。
違う！キスじゃキス！いわゆる口吸いじゃ！
でもやだ。
そうじゃろ？我も春も同じじゃ。その辺も考えて、あの女のことは話には出すなと申しておるのじゃ。
なるほど。はるちゃんと神様
I
が正しい。
misread that as God, you're
分か
tight.
ればよいのじゃ。それに、あの女と比べれば、この体は、少々、貧相であるしの。
それはない。はるちゃんの方がずっと可愛いぞ。
やめてよ、モッチ。顔熱くなる。
僕が今仲良くしたいのははるちゃんだけだし、この先もきっとそうだ。
それは、嬉しいよ。
だから、はるちゃんが嫌なことはしない。今日はおとなしく、ちょっと離れて寝よ
一緒に、寝るくらいなら、いいよ。
う。いやー、でも、
いや？
嫌じゃないけど、
マドロックシー！
おお、やっぱ出た。
さっきから見てりゃ男も女も煮えそうで煮えない生殺し！しゃぶしゃぶかあんたらは！
わかりにくい例え。
というか平然とさっきから見てればって言ってんじゃないわよ！さっきから力の半分をムード演出と山陰に振り分けてお泊まりのクライマックス演出に協力してるのにひどい言い草！
そう言われたら、なんか不自然にムラムラしてたぞ。
あんたの仕業か！心外な反応！これでもいろいろ感謝して何かお礼ができればと力を振り絞り背中を押して差し上げたのに！
おかげで台所がゴミために戻ってしまった。
どうせついでに覗きを楽しもうとか思ってたんでしょ？めっそうもない。
くらえ、人外限定独身の術。
見たい！若い二人の乱った背をかぶりつくように見たい！台無しだ！もう台無しだ！
むむむ。おばちゃんには感謝してるけど、覗いても無駄だぞ。はるちゃんにはちゃんとするって決めたからな。
もっち。
かっこつけてるけど、さっき露天風呂でおかみに遊ぼうとか言ってモーションかけたって聞きました。
えへ。
もっちー！
Oh my god.
ちょっとドキッとしたしね。神様お気をつけなさいな。
この子案外公職っぽいわよ。
そういたそう。
あ、はるちゃんが完全にそういう雰囲気じゃなくなっちゃった。
なくなったわね、完全に。
ぶっちゃけおかみが邪魔しなければなし崩し的にニャンニャンしてた模様。くっくっくエロい。
しまったー。バカなこと言わないでよ。
いや、はるちゃんのあのノリはヤバかったよ。だから僕もやめた方がいいと。
モッチーはどっちの味方なのよ。もういい。こんな旅館消しとってもいいから全力で2人をもう一度その気にさせるわよ。
Oh god.
ちぎれちぎれ。
最低の悪霊ね、あんたら。
こうなったらはるちゃんあれしかない。
あれって
そっちに立って。
こう。
うん、せーの。バルス
って何なのよこれ。
What?
はるちゃんも見たじゃん、あの映画。
滅びの呪文とかこの世にはないから。
Oh, okay.
気が懐かしいネタでふざけてる間に渾身のエロチックパワーがこの辺に溜まってきただろう。
ギリギリ。
あんなもの食らったら私ら廃墟で霊に囲まれて最低のふにゃふにゃを味わうことに。
くらえ枕投げ。
気が散った。
聞いたよ、はるちゃん。
こうなりゃやけだわ。徹底抗戦よ。何をこしゃくな。
あ、面白そう。
カタカタカタカタ。グベベベベベベ。
And thus Haru and Mochi spent the entire night having a pillow fight with the ghosts of the mountain.
承知した。あとはお任せを。にゃ。
起きた？はるちゃん。なんかずっと寝言言ってたよ。
Haru woke up to find herself sleeping on a tatami mat, and noticed her head was resting in Chikamochi's lap. She got up and saw nothing but wilderness as far as the eye could see. There was a tatami mat lying on the grassy plain that she had been sleeping on.
朝焼け？
夕焼けっぽい。寝すぎたね。
記憶ないな。いつ意識失ったんだろ
はるちゃん、夜明けと同時くらいにノックダウンしてたよ。
う。無事でよかった。
おかみさんたち、疲れたから帰るって。最後まで見てあげなくてごめんって。
なんでそんなに殊勝なのよ。あんなめちゃくちゃだったくせに。
楽しかったんじゃないかな。神様のところに来いって話も考えてみるって言ってたよ。
一種のツンデレというやつでございますかの。困った連中じゃ。
どうしようね。あの一団で藤吉村にやってきたら。
山に縛られた者どもゆえ、そのようなこともありますまいが、首相にするなら、また飯でも炊いてやりましょうかの。
そうだね。楽しかったね。
Haru hesitated slightly over Chikamochi's words,
まあ、少しはね。
then suddenly turned away and muttered that.
それより、大変。早いところ、バスで戻らないと。
だね。さすがにみんな心配しそう。
昨日のこと、おじいちゃんになんて説明しよう。
ちょっとだけ神隠しとか
言えて妙だね。それで
The pair laughed and ran off. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the grass,
つ
次に二人が来る時のためにそういうホテルに改装ね。どぎたない罠と超エロ術で今度こそジュルリ
Well, now the ghosts are horny.
行為
The pair knew nothing of the horrifying plan being formulated at that very moment. End. Duango. Sheep versus stack of reports is the final one. Report. Writer Mitsuji Misamine. Date 8/21/2003. Summary. I somehow resolved it. The end.
ああもう
夏休みの宿題は終わったかしら？
見りゃわかるだろっつーんすよ。こんなもん書くとか柄でもねえのに。
権利には義務が伴
It's a
う。
massive fucking
協会は
laptop.
メンバーに対してその原則の徹底遵守を求めるの。
わーってるよ。ジンクス的活動に関しては報告と連帯しての隠蔽だったか。それが必要なこともよ。だからって向き不向きが覆るわけでもねえってことっすよ。ああ、隕石とか落ちねえかな。
本当に夏休みのノリね。慣れれば大したことないわよ。
慣れるためにまずこれどうにかしねえといけねえっしょ。これどうにかするには慣れがいるっしょ。無理くせえ。
あなたがめんどくさがってるの。突き詰めれば元彼にコンタクト取るかどうかってことじゃないの？図星か。
いや、それもあるけど、やっぱ文とか報告とか書くのも読むのも苦手っすよ。
そうね。私が頑張って作った事前報告書もあまり読んでなかったみたいだしね。
すんません。
あなたを心配してるの。入ったばかりで随分な重荷背負わされてるのはよく理解してるし。でも情報の優位性っていうのはこういうミッションの時には絶対に確保しとくべきなんだから。
そうっすね。反省してまーす。
はあ、ちょっとコーヒー入れてくるわ。その後ちょっと見てあげる。
いや、そんな悪いっすよ。
遠慮しないで。自助努力が推奨されるとはいえ、無理難題で苦しめるのはうちの本分じゃないんだから。あなたのお目付け役として必要な助けはするつもり。じゃ、待っててね。
After her blindingly white superior left, Mitsuji Misamine let out a deliberately loud sigh. She'd expected grumbling would make a difference in an organization like this, but it appeared to have no effect. In actuality, as a member of their active force, she had plenty of experience with recon and reports. It wasn't her lack of literary talent or her ex-boyfriend Haruaki Fusayoshi, or whatever his real name was, that was the problem. It was figuring out how to write the report while keeping her power hidden. Mitsuji Misamine was the sheep, or rather, Mitsuji Misamine was a name she'd simply given to herself as a play on Hitsuji, or sheep. In reality, her true name was simply Sheep. As the name indicated, she lived in a very peculiar environment until recently. Though her current environment was pretty peculiar on its own. After all, normal people were completely unaware of the church. But the sheep's existence was heretical even to them. So she needed to hide her true nature even within the already concealed church. They had unnatural powers. Here, unnatural powers referred to things that would be generally considered superpowers or magic. Supernatural powers right out of the realm of fiction. Those powers, thought only to exist in fantasy, did in fact actually exist, in a sense anyway. These superpowers, assumed to exist in a certain sense, were known by many different names. From the perspective of the church, they were called jinxes. The church claimed that jinxes were superpowers born of beings isolated from human socialization. It was hard to understand when written like this, so the church often explained using a cult and a Rain Man as an example. There was a man who seemingly brought rain to any event he participated in. This left an impression on that group, who began treating him as a genuine rainbringer. A cult showcased superpowers within itself. Until the cult was exposed from the outside, these superpowers were treated as the real deal. Even if they were rules that defied common sense and accepted science, there were cases where those separated from human relations could adopt those rules. Therefore, jinxes were those superpowers that existed via this agreement to abandon common sense, also known as a contract. This didn't mean that jinxes were a mere power game of make-believe. Rather, jinxes were a definitive phenomenon and a threat to those who executed a contract. But as a result of their nature, jinxes could not be scientifically proven, nor debunked. In the first place, it was inherent to jinxes that people who want to prove them themselves got repelled from human relations at the very earliest stage. That was why the church advocated for separating the events of the world of jinxes from normal society, resolving them and covering them up. This mindset was incompatible with the congregation, who called for harmony between jinxes and normal humans, and the parliament, who wished to rule peacefully using jinxes. That was why the academia, whose goal was to study what jinxes were and discuss them, were the dominant faction. There were many passing pre-existing religious fundamentalist and destructive ideology groups that opposed the four. Jinx society was spread all across the globe, their numbers said to be in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands. And naturally, due to their nature of being isolated relationships, there were millions out there that remained undiscovered by Jinx society. This world did not adhere to common sense as well as people thought it did, an opinion shared by those who knew about jinxes. Jinxes could include any unusual abilities as long as those who knew about them acknowledged them. From magical abilities out of storybooks like breathing fire and shooting lightning to showing illusions and altering reality, the possibilities were limitless. Generally, it was believed that the less a person adhered to common sense, the more absurd jinxes they could acknowledge or be acknowledged by. Therefore, there was a trend of describing jinxes with the simple phrase, superpowers born from twisted personalities. When put that way, Mitsuji believed that as long as others were as twisted as her, it wasn't strange for them to have those powers. It wasn't just her, it was them. Most of them had been forced to scatter, and she was sure that a majority of them had been killed. She had been lucky, that, or clever. For how she had managed to survive not by fighting, but by choosing to flee. Thus, she needed to keep giving her all, so she could survive. So she could prolong her fortune. The moment she reached out to her keyboard, she felt a pair of hands from behind gently overlap her own. She thought her heart was going to stop. She hadn't felt that presence at all. White hands, long white sleeves. The superior of ambiguous age she had just been speaking with. The woman's fingers moved, making Mitsuji type the following words like a puppet master. Summary. I, Mitsuji Misamine, a survivor of the Salvation Pasture Project, prevented a disaster of biblical proportions.
心配しないで。
A stifled voice caressed her neck.
気づいているのは多分私だけ。あるいは私のようにことを大きくするつもりのない子たちだけ。もちろんこんなものは提出しない。大丈夫。ただし私には全てを話してちょうだい。あなたを守るために。
どこで気づいた？っていうか、守るとか笑わせやがる。てめえら教会は学会の殺処分を黙認しやがっただろうが。保護と隠蔽の大義はどこ行ったんだよ。
あなたを守るだけで精一杯だった。それだけ家畜のインパクトは大きいのよ。組織だっては守れないほどにね。
ああ、そうだろうな。しかしなおさら俺があんたらを信用できねえとは想像がつかねえか？
ええ、信用はしない方がいいわ。私だってあなたのことが大っぴらになるようなことになればかばいはしないから。さも知らなかったかのように羊を見つけたと言って追い立てる側に回るでしょうね。まあショックのあまり手が滑るとか何かを見落とすとかはするかもしれないけど。
それやこれや口に出していいのかよ。
上の監視手段は眠らせてきた。ここは安全よ。
何者なんだよあんたは。
教会もそれなりに含まれんよ。そこで生き延びるためにはいろいろ知っておかないと。
そうまでしてくれる理由は？
家畜の能力の有用性、10年後を見越したパワーバランスの計画、あとはあなたに個人的に興味がある不足。
ああ、足りねえ。
Is Duengo the guy who
そん
made
な理由でいいなら
this game?
虐殺なんて起きなかったはずだ。
The
あ
main
なたは
writer?
政治が分かってない。核兵器は加戦するから意味があるの。
Now she understood. The cattle, who knew only great misfortune, and therefore possessed extremely powerful jinxes, easily numbered over 100, including the actual candidates. If they had been carelessly scattered, there was risk of an all-out war, but there was also a chance that their threat level would fade if they grew obsolete. They could function as a threat precisely because there were so few survivors. As such, they had been culled out until there were only a select few left alive.
ヘドが出るな。
繰り返すけど、そこまでしないとあなたをここまで連れてくることもできなかった。世界の救済を執行する逸脱者を作り出そうとする試み、救いの牧場計画。その成功例の一つであるあなたは、コンセプト上は単独で世界を滅ぼすこともできるだけの力を秘めている。その危険性を理解しているなら、あなただって理解できるはずよ。仲間の屍の上に生きる覚悟が必要なことくらいは。
Mitsuji knew everything she was telling her was true. The kind, considerate sheep that was like a sister to her fellow cattle. She, who was once considered such by the pasture, could no longer retain such a convenient position anymore. She knew that. It was just hard to accept, that was all. So she said it again.
ヘドが出る。藤吉の事件の発端はどうってことのない話だった。どの団体も平常の活動としてやってること、隔離された関係性を探してそこに未知のジンクスが存在しないか調べる。残念なことに大概は存在する。それで先行して調べたあんたらが現実改変の痕跡を感じた。それで同系統の能力の俺を連れてきた。
そうね。教会はあなたのことを限定的な現実改変能力者だと考えていたから。
She talked like she didn't have one herself. Mitsuji wanted to ask where they'd found a lead on her, but decided to save that for later.
ああ、そう装ってたからな。しかし実際は本当の能力も被ってたってわけだ。
植松里香子。彼女への尋問の記録には全部目を通したわ。安息の地を地獄めいた夢に求めた土雲2000数百年の怨念。まさかそんなに大きな話だとはね。
俺にはあいつが家畜より安全だとはどうしても思えねえがな。
仕方ないでしょ。今の彼女からは証言されるような強さの魔性が検出されなかったんだから。
They referred to warped humanity that could form the basis of a jinx as a diabolicity.
今の彼女はちょっ
Diabolicity.
とばかりひねくれたクールな知女ってとこかしら。その程度で教会は命を取らないわよ。
まあとにかく幸か不幸か相性は良かった。あいつの現実改変の隙間に俺の能力で干渉できたからな。
何をしたの？
現実が夢に変容する瞬間にあのバカと自分の記憶にアクセスして変容先のあいつと自分の脳みそに突っ込んだ。あとは意識の連続性ってやつ？魂とかそういうのをつなげるとかな。まあこの辺は気休めだけどよ。
なるほど。彼が事件解決に主要な役割を果たす手助けをしたのね。ちなみに彼が居合わせたのは本当に偶然なのね。
ああ、そうでもなきゃ腹切ってでもこの仕事は降りてたろうよ。
本当かしら。なんだかんだであなたは見捨てられないタイプに見えるけど。
けっ。
とにかくたまたまあなたが夢使いでたまたま彼と現地で再会したからうまく事件
No,
解決がで
I
きた
don't
って
get
わけね。
I don't get notifications for that because I muted that one. I just get the exclamation point. I got an actual, like, noise notification. The concept of the sheep and the cattle was to bring salvation through, I think it was trouble. The concept itself wasn't all that new. If they could show all of mankind a blissful dream, they could attain salvation in their minds. Mankind's interests contained complicated self-contradictions. Achieving universal bliss by optimizing everyone's interests was difficult. So there were two easy methods conceived. The first is the grapefruit method. Either alter people's values and standardize them, or separate and satisfy them individually. The former was a common idea that had been attempted to be achieved throughout human history via religion, culture, and morals. The latter was an idea that had shown up in sci-fi and such over the past few decades, as the development of computer networks progressed. Mitsuji's power was the epitome of the latter. If they could show every human in the world their own blissful dream, all of mankind would achieve bliss. Basically, she could use a power that showed others in a very wide range a specific dream. She could make dreams of all types, and could read others' thoughts and memories throughout the dream, albeit in an incomplete fashion. Then just don't fucking download it then. It's not that hard. If you don't like it, don't download it. If you don't like it, don't play it. Stop trying to fucking shit. If you don't like, don't engage. A lesson that many people do not understand. That skill and subtlety was her true strength. However, there was another method of using dreams. When dreaming, a dreamer is under the illusion that everything happening is real. No matter how crazy things got inside, it was possible not to realize it was a dream, and as long as they didn't, the dream was endlessly real to its observer. However, there were also Jinx users that could do unrealistic things that could make the observer want to believe it was a dream. Thus, it was possible to alter reality through dreams. The observer could take the reality they didn't want to believe and swap it for one they did. Dream writing, a reality alteration restoration phenomenon that used denial of supernatural phenomena. It was different from standard reality alteration in that the dream wielder could prepare any reality they desired by merely attaining approval. For example, the reason Mitsuchi had been able to prepare the convenience store and all the items Haruaki had requested was because those were small-scale reality alterations via dreams. Okay. She had told the church that her Jinx was nothing more than that, an ability that let her create a base and supplies. It was a handy power to possess, but it did have its limits. She couldn't produce unlimited food to ration off forever, and though she could produce life points, it would be difficult to produce a nuclear weapon. Basically, she couldn't attain an agreement between the customer and herself to produce anything that definitely couldn't exist in the storage room. Because of this, reality alteration on a small scale was far from perfect, and all sorts of roadblocks had come up regarding implementation. To say nothing of long-range reality alteration. Creating a single dream that everyone affected could agree upon was next to impossible. In the end, it was a case filled with many self-contradictions to the point of nigh impossible as a way to keep everyone happy. Therefore, to Jinx users, long-range reality alteration was considered to be, ironically enough, unrealistic, or so it should have been. But this time was different.
植松里香子は夢による現実改変に特化したジンクス使いだった。例えばあいつの心霊治療も、要は夢の中の理想的な自分に現実を近づける能力。それを取り出すために、雲だなんだって回りくどいイメージを使ってるのは、俺から見れば無駄が多いが、しかし、奴の真に恐れるべき能力が、その無駄を難なく解消しちまう。
真に恐れるべき能力？
ああ。あの雲の驚異的な知覚能力、演算能力だよ。1000年単位で無数の先祖の怨念を織り込むという理由付けを与え続けた DD。あれはいわば超強力な精神体コンピュータだ。従来の雲の担い手の夢操作能力を連結して並列で走らせてるようなもんで、その情報処理能力は想像を絶する。もちろん、それでも理想の夢を純粋な計算でひねり出すのは難しい。だから奴は別の方法を考えた。
それが巻き戻りだったの？
ああ、そうだ。一定の領域、一定の観測者たちのある瞬間の状況を完全に記録する。まるで現実を切り取ったように。
カメラみたいに？
ああ。しかし映像だけじゃない。その世界の、その瞬間に起きたことすべてを記録するような、途方もない荒技だ。それが、あの雲にはできた。それでもって、極めて精巧な過去の夢を作り出すこともな。自分が体験してきた過去ならば、どんな人間でも同意できる。つまり、今日一日頑張ったのは夢だったんだって具合に。
漫画とかで言う、夢落ちを強制的に発生させる。
ああ、そういうもんだと思えばいい。ただしそれだってとんでもない話なんだ。今言った通りにな。
それは理解できたわ。つまり、彼女をもってしても、土雲の復活に足りるだけの糧。やや子だっけ。あれを都合よく全部回収したぞってな夢を作ることはできなかった。
だから、あの集落でたまたま文化的に継続していた殺人慣習を利用して、自分以外の住人の全滅を狙った。でも、彼女はそのために世界すべてを巻き戻してたわけじゃないんでしょ？
その通り。もしそうなったら、もっともっと強力なカメラが必要になっただろう。というかまあ、非現実的だな。
そうよね。あなたの理屈だと。
俺や春秋のやつが味わった無数のループは、実際は雲の夢の中で発生してたことだ。いわばシミュレーションだな。最初のセーブポイントから全ての登場人物を自由に歩かせて、設定した失敗条件が満たされたら夢を最初からやり直す。
そして最終的にいい結果が出た時だけその夢を現実と差し替える。
そういうことだ。だから実際俺らがループ地獄を味わってる間、時間は1秒も進んじゃいなかった。これもまた雲のべらぼうな演算能力によるものだ。ほんと失敗してよかったと思うぜ。
まったくね。
もう一つ、植松里香子の賢かった点は、自分の死を改変発動のトリガーにしたところだな。自分自身も夢の中に没入しなきゃならない以上、その方法が一番だったのは間違いない。
ああ、彼女は確か証言してたわね。土雲の現世の復活には地獄の入り口だというサラナ川や霧のシチュエーションが必須だったって。
ああ、ジンクス成立の背景となすことのデカさを考えれば、そういう面倒な手続きが必要だったのは不思議じゃねえ。しかしそうなると、安全な場所で夢を見守ってるわけにはいかないわけだ。殺人現場近くで常に待機する必要がある。失敗しそうな時、能動的にリセットをかける手もあったろうが、もしそれだと不意打ちで死んだ時に対応できねえ。その場合、夢の中とはいえ、自分が死んだ夢が現実にフィードバックしないとも限らねえ。この場合はな。それに、たとえ現実に戻れたとしても、夢を再開するまでにいくらかは現実の時計の針を進めちまう。あいつ何千だか何万だかループを繰り返してたって話だろ。
本人の証言が正しければ17万6201回らしいわよ。
もし現実世界でリセット手続きを踏むのに1秒かかったとしても、17万回も繰り返せばだいたい2日分ずれちまう。
彼女、儀式発動には丸1日かかったとも証言してたわね。
マジか。毎回それだけの時間かけてたら、実時間で400年とか経過するぜ。これはまあ、実現不可能だ。だから、半ば独立した存在である夢の土雲が、自分の生命停止を感知し次第、自動で巻き戻るようにした。
それで、復活に必要な手続きをするために、夢を出る必要はなくなり、ほぼ0時間でリセットをかけられるようになった。その上、自分の死という絶対失敗条件が発生した後は、迅速にやり直しが発生する無駄のないスキームが完成した。
そういうことだ。
賢いわね。
いや、確かにその仕掛けはうまくできてたが、奴は賢くないミスを一つしてる。それは、巻き戻りの直後からイレギュラーな動きを始める人間を放置したことだ。
芹沢千恵美とあなたの元彼のことね。
あんま元彼言うな。それはともかく、その二人は本来ありえない存在なわけだ。雲によって記憶を現実改変の外側に置き、保持してる自分以外は記憶を持ち越せるはずがないんだ。なのに奴はそれを疑問視しなかったばかりか、歓迎さえした。 この二人が望む結末を持ってきてくれると。そいつは夢使いの戦い方じゃねえ。夢使いは夢を完全に掌握してこそ優位に立てるんだ。魔王の役回りさ。あいつは春秋と千恵美をとっとと夢から追い出すか、毎回振り出しの時点でぶっ殺すべきだったんだ。その上であくまで自力で努力して最良の結果を導き出すべきだった。それをせず、あいつは白馬の王子様を願っちまった。登場人物を入れ替えるだけのために振り出しもいろいろいじった。結局それで春秋のやつを呼び込んだんだから世話はねえ。その甘さがなきゃ俺たちが負けてただろうよ。
あなたがそこまで言うならよほどだったのね。
分かってんのかよ。救いの牧場なんかと年季が違う2000年越しの復讐譚だぜ。しかもなんだかんだでジンクスの系統だった知識もねえくせにあそこまで使える能力に育てた血統の所業だ。ここまでのやつはそうそういねえだろうけどよ。にしても冗談じゃねえって言うんだよ。この国には今後どんだけこんなバカみてえな事件が起きるんだ。
まあ私自身はそういうのは3回くらいかな。不幸な人はいるし、そのうちの何割かは危険な力を持って社会に復讐しようとするわけよ。珍しいことじゃないわ。教会で働いてるとそういうのからは逃げられないからね。あなたにも今後せいぜい助けてもらおうと思うわ。
無理無理。俺はせいぜい運び屋と後方支援に徹させてもらうぜ。
表向きはそうした方がいいわね。ただあなたのポテンシャルを私は正確に知っておきたい。あなた解決の直前に相当危ない瞬間があったみたいなこと言ってたわよね。何があったの？教えて。
Like, really? Could she really trust this woman?
疑ってるって顔ね。いいわ。もし話してくれるなら、私も自分の能力をあなたに詳しく明かすから。
そりゃいいな。俺もあんたみたくいくつだかわかんねえ美人になれるか？
失礼な子ね。まあ、化粧のテクは応用が効くから、別途教えてもいいけど、あなた、素材は可愛いし。
Normally, Mitsuchi had no interest in her femininity. If pressed, she'd say wish she'd been born a guy, and her sexual orientation leaned that way to some degree. It was for that reason that her Jinx avatar, the sheep, sounded like a guy.
まあいいや。あんたには話しとく。最悪、死ぬまで悪夢の刑にしてやるし。
そりゃ、ご勘弁願いたいわね。せいぜい漏らさないように注意する。
It was at this point Mitsuchi successfully set a counter trap. A secret trap to seal her superior in a dream if she went against her word. What was so terrifying about the sheep was that it could do that.
俺が危ない橋を渡ったのは2度だ。最初はあのバカがドジ踏んだ時。2度目はあのバカがわざとドジ踏んだ時。
ふむふむ。
まあ、簡単に言えば、復活した雲の頭の中に無理やり入り込んで、振り出しの写真を盗み見たのさ。植松からすりゃ、目的は遂げたわけだから、もうリセットボタンを押す必要はない。だから、その時に限っちゃ、 現実改変は俺の自前でやったんだ。
雲の記憶したその瞬間をあなたが夢として練り上げ、それを現実と差し替えたのね。
そうさ。正確には雲とあのバカの記憶両方元にしたけどな。あいつには確実に記憶を持たせなきゃならなかったから。
Make him agree easily without having him notice the unnatural moment. Oh, God. Of the swap, she had literally killed Haruaki. Not that she needed to say that, nor did she feel bad about it.
聞く限りでは相当の大技のようだけど、よく植松里香子に気づかれなかったわね。
まあ夢使いはある意味始終妄想してるようなもんだからな。多少の既視感は見過ごすかもと期待はしたさ。あいつにとっちゃ念願が叶って土雲が復活したと思ったら夢だったなんてありそうな話だろ。
それで一旦は納得したと。
だが最後のはかなり無理をした。雲が忘れかけてた最初の方の記憶を俺と春秋の記憶と混ぜて再利用した。結果的に実時間より遡った夢を作り出す羽目になった。雲から見ればバレバレの異常事態だ。
気づかれたと。
ああ、まさか自分と似たような能力者がすぐそばで暗躍してるなんざ思わなかっただろうが、一度気づけばすぐさ。なんせ相手は軍事衛星も真っ青の超感覚と超頭脳だ。いくら俺が羊だっつっても生身の単身でどうこうなるわけでもねえ。それでも2日間くらいは耐えた。その後はアバターをやられてノックダウンさ。
それだけどあなたは能力行使に際してアバターを必要とするのよね。他の家畜もそうなの？
ああ、そういうやつは多い。何しろ牧場と家畜ってコンセプトで動機づけをガキの頃からするんだ。モデルの動物のイメージは鮮明で自分のイメージと強烈に結びついてる方がいい。自然、形になるさ。
となると S 型または G 型。獣のモデルにするならまあ妥当かしら。
学会員みてえなこと言うんだな、あんた。
これでもディアグノーザーの学会資格は持ってるから私。しかしアバターをやられてよく無事だったわね。それ以来能力に支障が残ったりしなかった？
俺らのアバターなりメタモルフォシスなりはそういう能力損傷の危険を経ても魔性の核が傷つかないように作られてる。
なるほど、トカゲの尻尾か。本体の生存を最優先とし脱出と再決起の瞬間を待つ。マジで世界を救う戦争なんて起こそうとしてたの？
牧場主が何考えてたのかなんて知らねえよ。あんたらか誰かがもうぶっ殺しちまったんだから。ただ末端の家畜やその候補たちはそう信じてたさ。自分たちが世界を救う、救いの牧場を世界に広げるってな。
ふむ、そっちの話も興味深いけど、まずは報告をどうするかね。
そうだな。
わかった。こうしましょう。あなたは何もしなかった。
は？
状況的に植松里香子の中にも矛盾した気持ちがあったのは間違いない。だからそれが形をとって現れた。その植松里香子の前世みたいなものが久石春明や芹沢千恵美を導いて最終的に土雲を敗北させた。
その場合俺の扱いってどうなるんだよ。
基本すべてのループをコンビニ店員としてぼーっと過ごしたって感じかしら。
ひどすぎんだろ。言えないにしても多少活躍したことにしてくれよ。
あらら、要注意。人間が失敗する原因のベスト3に入るのが功名心よ。目立たないでいいのは幸運と思わなきゃ。
わかったよ。
にしても、あの二人もちょっと注意すべきね。
まあ、そうかもな。
Mitsuji still had feelings for Haruaki. Her relationship with him had awakened, allowed her to exhibit a femininity she never knew she had. It annoyed and embarrassed her whenever she thought about it, and she never wanted to be in a situation like that again. But when she was with Haruaki, he'd allowed her to be all that. She dated him with feelings so fresh, she'd felt like a completely different person. She couldn't deny that for her, who had been living a double life as a spy for the project at that time, their relationship had been very relaxing. Nor could she deny that the 2 years she'd spent talking to him were now part of her life. However, she also knew that she wasn't the type to stay tied down. If they'd kept dating, Haruaki would have likely realized the truth about her and proceeded to interrogate her non-stop. For that was his nature. He would have certainly been led to the project and the jinxes as a result. And then he would have ruined himself, no doubt about it. His disposition was simply that twisted and antagonistic. Whenever he did an activity he considered scary or interesting, he would always give the person he was facing off against a bad time. It was a nasty, cursed fate, like that of a protagonist of a story. If she were just an ordinary woman, that would have been fine. Revealing the secrets of neighbors and internal company affairs didn't always lead to life-threatening danger. But in the extraordinary life that Mitsuji lived, he would have been erased before long by someone with conflicting interests, and loath as she was to admit it, she didn't want that. Well, the biggest reason she broke up with him was because the war between her desire to kill him and her desire to bask more in their relationship had finally come to a close. The black seed sesame pudding had been the trigger for that, and in the end she couldn't reach a compromise with the part of her who'd curl up in his arms and cry.
が、もう手遅れかもしれねえな。
彼はもう手遅れかもしれないわね。
Mitsuji was stunned, feeling like her mind had been read. The mug her superior handed over was full of tepid coffee.
何がだよ。
Mitsuji had long since stopped acting polite for formality's sake around her superior, but she felt this was an appropriate sense of distance.
彼、超常現象に深入りしすぎたでしょ。あなたの正体も半ば知ったわけだし、契約は成立したと思うべきでしょう。今後彼はジンクス使いとして目覚めるかもしれない。
もう目覚めてるかもしれねえぞ。
え？
あるだろ。アーキタイプの中に探偵ってやつが。
あれは超強力な無実化特化能力者か、あるいはジンクス無効化の現実改変者を示すアーキタイプよ。
ああ、知ってるさ。ジンクス的事件をとんでもないへりくつを通すことで現実の事件だったことにしちまう人種。今回は大体そういうことになったわけだろ。
まあ表向きはね。でもあなたがこう証言しているんだから。
でも諸事情あって記録には残らないわけだろ。
ありえなくもないかもね。ちょっと注目した方がいいのかも。ただ私はむしろ芹沢千恵美の方が危ない気がする。あの子の神を殺す力、どう思う？
神が何かによるんじゃね？
そりゃそうだけど、ジンクス的に言えば、悪魔的な
A high budget raging loop anime would go so fucking hard.
かなりやばい。
悪魔ね。あいつの言ってた神って、
Huh?
そういう存在でもなさそうだけど。
Yeah. From a Jinx standpoint, humans who traveled too far down the path of deviancy were called demons. It was a hypothetical concept of a person who'd lost practically all ability to form relationships with humans, to the point where they couldn't even perceive them anymore. However, there were plenty of deviants who alluded to the existence of demons, so they probably existed. It was just hard to prove. On the other hand, the god Haruaki had explained afterwards over the phone seemed to be a type of concept completely different from Jinx's. So the reason why I say that, by the way, with the anime idea, is because I just got the flash of Chiemi raising the shotgun. You get to see, like, from her eyes, she's raising the shotgun at Haruaki. And it's changing from Haruaki wearing the mask to the actual whatever she sees as the Okami, flashing in and out, with the background changing as well. And that visual, that's a good visual. Now imagine if the entire anime was filled with shit like that. That'd be cool. And we're never gonna get that. It was more like an alien or a real ghost.
そっちは録音テープ聞いたからだいたい理解はしてるつもりだけど、まあ確かにね。人間に知覚されることで活性化、電波、変異する知的存在。どっちかっていうと SF の世界の話みたい。
春秋の定義だと、植松の土雲も神の一種になるみてえだけど、そっちは知恵みには気づけなかったんだろ。土雲はジンクス的には DD で説明がつくんだ。別物だと考えた方がしっくりくるけどな。
それは植松里香子が神内明神の信仰で隠蔽してたとも考えられるけど、悪魔と神は別物の線が濃厚か。でももしそんな神が実在したとして、これまで世界のどこからも似たような分析が出てこなかったのはなぜかしら。富士吉村は特殊な環境だったけど、あそこにだけ神がいたっていうのも不自然な話に思えるわ。
あんた、こんな話聞いたことあるか？
なになに？エッチな話？
ちげえ！いきなり何言い出してんだ！そんなキャラじゃねえだろ、あんたはよ！
いやー、私くらい逸脱しちゃうと、たまに意識してキャラ崩さないと、行動パターンが確一化されてやばいのよ。
True. Be unreadable. Wait, no,
と
don't be
にか
that.
く話ってのは、あれだ。世界に法則を刻んだ人間の話。
何それ？牧場限定の話？
まあ、そうかもしれねえな。ジンクス絡みの話じゃあるから、人間は逸脱しすぎると悪魔になる。悪魔は契約者以外には見ることさえできない存在だ。しかし、悪魔と契約してるとか嘘吹く連中は大概、ジンクス的にはとんでもない力を持っている。
そういう話もあるわね。
おかしくねえか？ジンクス的には現象発生のために相互理解と契約が必須になるはずだ。知覚できないパワーソースがそんなとんでもない力を与えたら、理屈の前提がひっくり返らねえか？
一応ジンクス理論はあくまで他の理論と同様仮説に過ぎないわ。そもそもジンクス的能力の全てが単一の理論で定義できるかも相当怪しい状況なんだから、それは。
この話では逆のことが言われる。悪魔は世界と断絶してるんじゃない。むしろ世界と同化しかけてるんだと。ジンクスは常識を歪める能力だ。それゆえに 強靭に結びつけられていて、普通の社会では最初から締め出されてる。しかし、強靭じゃない。見えもしない存在が能力を行使すれば、それは嘘やインチキだとは、かえって認識されにくい。悪魔はすでに、世界に受け入れられかかっていて、そのせいで逆に見えづらくなっている。この考え方でいけば、極まった悪魔はどうなるかっていうと、
世界に法則を刻むってもしかして。
ああ、そうさ。ジンクスが世界の法則に組み込まれるんだ。そして誰もそれをおかしいと思わなくなる。ちなみに俺は、そうなった悪魔は法になると教わった。例えば、ニュートンという男が法と化したから、この世界はニュートン力学に支配されたとか。
おお、大胆すぎる説ね。過分にして聞いたことがなかったわ。それだと太古の自然科学者や思想家が何らかの法をもたらしたから現在の世界の秩序があるってことかしら。
その通りだ。それどころかアダムという存在が法と化して有性生殖が生まれたかもしれねえな。
まさに魔法みたいな話ね。
ああ、だからこそ自分たちにはこの世界に幸福という法をもたらす必要がある。
なるほど。テロリストに与えるにはもってこいの壮大で理想じみてて一発逆転主義な筋書きだわ。で、それが今までの話と何の関係があるっていうの？
ああ、状況はもちろん違うんだがよ。ただ、ちょっと嫌な想像をしちまったんだ。ちえみが漠然と知覚してた神について、春秋のバカが今回、明確な定義づけを行っちまったわけだろ？
待って、嫌な予感が私もしてきた。
もし世界の法則が悪魔にしろ何にしろ後付けで変わっちまうようなものなら、春秋の神の定義がまかり間違って採用されちまって、今後神ってのがそういう形でボコボコ現れるかも。
いやいやいや、さすがに飛躍しすぎだから。
確かに春秋は探偵とはちょっと違うかもしれねえ。不可思議の存在を否定してねえからな。むしろ不可思議に対して現実世界と親和性のある説明をひねり出すことで現実化させちまう能力だとしたら。
笑えない。
だろ？ただ、どうだろうな。そっちはそっちで大変だろうとは思うが、俺らの世界とはあんまり交差しねえかもしれねえ。
そうかしら。ジンクス使いはね、無意味なすれ違いをあまりしないものよ。
だから必ず再会するって？
そうよ。だって
This
私たちは
implies
強くなる
that
ために
Haruaki is the
自
whole
分で世界
reason
を狭く
why
することしか
the plot
で
twist
きない
came
の。
across.
現にあなたは破局した後、
This implies that Haruaki just couldn't find a way to explain the supernatural away, so he's like, alright,
事件解決につながっている。
these are the ways it happened. And then it became that way. Mitsuji didn't object. She herself found it unnatural. It could only be explained by a Jinx-like interpretation of their relationship.
この先きっとことさら困難なタイミングで彼らと再会するのよ。
Yeah, where's Raging Loop
さ
2?
らにややこしくなる
If
から
Raging Loop's so good, where Raging Loop 2?
や
Come
めて
on,
くれよ。
give me Raging Loop 2.
こんな仮説立てるんじゃなかったな。
そんなことはないわ。少なくとも私はあらゆる
I
悪
like
い想像
Chiemi
を
and
してお
Haruaki
か
a
なきゃ
lot,
ならない
so
立場にあるし。
and Mitsuji.
超科学理論を現実化するジンクスか。もしそんなアーキタイプがあるとすれば、どう名付けるべきかしら。
魔法使い。
言えて妙ね。
Tired of talking, the pair both brought the cold coffee to their lips at the exact same time, like mirror images. It was instant. She had also put sugar in without asking, not that Mitsuji was complaining.
とりあえず、今聞きたいのはこんなところかしら。あとはそっちでもまとめられるわよね。
ああ。ただ、
何？
植松里香子が土壇場で一切のジンクスを奪われたのは、ありゃどう説明つければいいんだ。ジンクスの喪失はありえない現象じゃないが、そのタイミングで停電を伴って起きたってのは、どう考えても作為的だ。あの場に誰かが介入したとしか思えない。
知ってるでしょ？藤吉村の他の住人は白だったって、バスガイドに偽装したうちの子が言ってた。
一応、逸脱者はいたんだろ？
そうね。牧島春に鴨志田近持。両名ともあの現場にもいたし、神に関する貴重なサンプルなのは疑いないわ。得体の知れない強力なジンクスらしいし、その神が働きかけて雲を消滅させたってのがいい線じゃない？
まあ、それくらいしか考えられねえだろうな。ちなみにその二人、教会はどうするつもりなんだ？
別に、普通の注意すべき一般人と同じ扱いよ。人を差し向けて、遠巻きに監視することになるんじゃないかな。
そんな一筋縄で行きゃいいがな。あの神ってやつが。
ずいぶん、神を危険視してるのね。
一応、俺たちには信仰があるもんでな。神と名の付く者には、敬意と警戒を払いたくなるんだ。
At the very least, the Salvation Pasture Project had incorporated concepts and values from Abrahamic religions. That was also the reason why all the cattle were born on December 25th, on paper anyway. To symbolize they were all messiahs in the making.
半神論的な神は、いわゆるヤハウェやアンラーのような唯一神とは、本質
So
的
that's how the
に異なる
Japanese say
概
it,
念
huh?
にも聞くわよ。
Allah.
そんなのはいいんだ。俺たちにとっちゃ、誰がこの世界を作って、試練を与えて、滅ぼす権限を持ってるのかが重要だ。あんた、計画がどうして立てられたか知ってるか？
終末論的テロリズムによって、自分たちの理想郷を作るため、と理解しているけど。
完全には否定はしねえ。ただ一方で、牧場主の奴は多分本気で、終末が来ることを確信していた。
だから本気で救世を？
ああ。どんな形の終末が来るのかはわからなかったから、こうして山ほど家畜を養殖したわけだ。
言っとくけど、そういう妄想で事件を起こす奴は、ジンクス社会の外にも中にも山ほどいるからね。
知ってるよ。まあ、俺たちがその例に漏れないただのバカどもだったってことなら、それに越したことはない。あとはあんたら教会やらが世界を守ってくれればいいさ。それが、牧場を襲った狼の責務だ。
狼、ね。
Feeling her companion's eyes boring into her, Mitsuchi sipped her coffee, leaned back in her office chair, and looked up at the ceiling. At the Salvation Pasture Project, Wolf was a code that referred to two things. The first referred to a case where either the project was exposed, or an investigation or attack that could have a great impact on the progression of the project came from the authorities of the academia. When they said the wolf is coming, the cattle and those associated with the project were to quickly escape and go into hiding, or say what they were supposed to. But in the end, that had backfired due to sleeper agents and defectors, and the project was totally destroyed. The designed diabolically production project, a complete first in history, may have created many with unprecedented powers, but it was lacking in intelligence. The other was a mere legend whispered only amongst the cattle. of a cattle who specialized in killing cattle. That, or it was a plan to deal with cattle capable of destroying the world who had already been released into it. Whatever the case, it was a word that symbolized fear and hostility to the cattle. In other words, Fenrir, the world-killing wolf. However, according to all the Central Intelligence Mitsuji had come into contact with, working as an intelligence officer for the project, no such thing existed. She would have no way of finding such information if it only existed in the brains of a select few of the top brass, including the ranchers, but it didn't seem likely to her. That said, an aberrant like Mitsuji didn't think it was impossible for there to be an aberrant Jinx user like that. If there were such a user, she'd probably come across them eventually due to the bond linking Jinx users, and if she did, all she could do was fight to the best of her ability. When she thought that, an idea suddenly came to Mitsuji. It was a trifling idea, no a memory.
Na
I wish I was a Jinx user, or a stand user.
および救出時にいた人間のリス
Then
ト
I
を持
wouldn't
っ
be
てるか
lonely.
そりゃ。っていうか、報告書にまとめるようで、まとめてメールしたじゃない。
ああ、そうだっけか。あ、本当だ。
いきなりどうしたの？
The recollection immediately became an unpleasant conviction.
足りない。
え？
藤吉村の現住人が11人。うち老人1名が死亡。外部からの取材者2名。ここに犠牲者である千恵美が加わって14人。さらに春秋のバカを加えたら15人。あいつの話では、読み意味の宴の最大人数は16人だったはず。
まずい見落としね。リストから欠けてるのは誰？
わからねえ。だが、俺はアバターを通して見たことがある。4歳くらいの女のガキだった。
子供？そんな住人いないわよ。
じゃあ外から入り込んだんだ。
そんな子供が？一人で？一体どんな事情？
The woman's words trailed off for the same reason as Mitsuji.
なあ、ジンクス的因縁によって人と人が都合よく出会うことってあんたの実感としてはよくあることか？
ええ、ひどくよくあることね。
牧場から逃げたうち4歳くらいのガキはいなかったか？
あなたに伝えることには抵抗があるわ。
俺は逃亡者だ。今さら戻ろうなんて思わねえ。それにリグループは牧羊犬の仕事だ。知ってるだろ？
Mitsuji had already gone over what the project's plan was if the wolf came, to suspend it and flee. In those situations, everyone was supposed to scatter in different, random directions. After all, if an escape route plan had existed, the fugitives would be all rounded up if that ever leaked. In preparation for the arrival of the wolf, a Jinx user was designed for the purpose of regathering the cattle. That was the sheepdog. The sheepdog was a cattle kept under a heavy veil of secrecy, and Mitsuji had never met them. But in the end, they'd been caught and were now collaborating with the academia, so this meticulous plan had grown moot. Mitsuji couldn't blame the sheepdog. After all, she had also thought of selling her comrades to keep herself safe. However, even though she was now hiding right under the church's noses to stay hidden, she feared the sheepdog would find her one day. But that was another story.
絶対に言わない約束よ。破ったらあなた、顔がなくなるからね。
上等だ。
It was a contract. Mitsuji knew this superior was a considerably skilled Jinx user, Thus she should assume the restrictions had already come into effect. It was like they had each other at gunpoint. Mitsuji gulped, smiled, and steeled herself once more.
脱出組の家畜は確認されているだけで34名。そのうち成功例が7名で、あなたもこれに含まれる。加えて、学会の襲撃のギリギリ前に若干名の子供が施設から連れ出されてると、わずかな証言から推測されている。
The pasture had predicted the attack, which meant that the children they'd put priority on setting free behind closed doors were...
理想例の可能性があるガキか。
Amongst all the kids impounded by the project, only those who showed signs of jinxes were called cattle. There were 3 types of cattle: successes, failures, and ideals. Due to the abnormal education the children raised and the salvation pasture received, there was a high chance of them displaying a DD and obtaining a jinx. But that didn't mean they'd always get the jinx they'd been aiming for. Those who obtained jinxes that followed their concepts, those that possessed the specs and ability to achieve worldwide salvation, were called successes. Those who developed jinxes that either went against their concepts or clearly didn't match up to the level their concepts had been aiming for were called failures. From what Mitsuji knew, there were about a dozen successes, including herself, while there were supposedly many times more failures. But even the failures had abilities that could prove useful for some project or another, so they were kept in the confines of the pastor's facility. Most of them were ignorant detainees who had supposedly seen the end of the project in the recent attack by the academia. In the final route, Route 4, when Meiko asks Haruaki if he's a wolf, he says he is a wolf, but he's not the kind of wolf that she's afraid of. Which implies that he's familiar with the pasture project. Mitsuji had heard after that they were executed alongside the children who hadn't shown sign of jinxes. This inhuman and unprecedented measure had become well known in their world, and had sparked massive debate, but that was besides the point. Though they were called successes, that didn't necessarily mean they were successes for the overall project. For example, the concept of the sheep was to bring salvation through dreams, but it was clear that didn't necessarily mean perfect salvation. Also, he hoped that no one would catch her at the end when she went missing. It was merely something like euthanasia, eternally delaying the moment the physical world ended in a subjective world, and immersing in a blissful dream was not true salvation. In fact, all of the current successes could only bring about dystopian salvation such as that. Salvation meant stopgap measures, gathered to prepare for the coming end of the world. The successes were stopgap measures with a high success rate, but a low salvation rate. Conversely, the Salvation Pasture Project had also been undertaking the creation of DD even more complicated and delicate, yet capable of attaining true salvation. Those were ideals. As they were wrapped up in as much secrecy as the sheepdog, Mitsuji barely knew a thing about them.
わからないわ。その子たちについては、計画自体のざるっぷりからは考えられないほど情報統制が効いている。しかしきっと恐ろしく重要な子供たち。他をすべて投げ打っても計画のために逃がしたかった子たちでしょうから。脱出組狩りが一段落したら、牧羊犬はその子たちを探すことになるでしょうね。
なるほど。 それまで逃げ延びられれば俺は一安心ってわけだな。しかしあのガキが理想例だとしたら、その一緒に逃げた世話係とはぐれたってことか？
Was there even such a person? If they were treating her so carefully, her helper should have been plenty talented in her own right. Like a skilled failure cattle or something. Would someone like that really do something like leave a child in the middle of the mountains like it were nothing? And more than anything, Mitsuchi had a question. The girl she'd seen for just a moment in that gray dream that became reality didn't look the least bit like a powerful ideal. Special jinxes were linked to special diabolicities, so shouldn't ideals be kids who were clearly abnormal? That idyllic girl looked only like a failure at best, and sure enough, Mitsuji's superior was regarding her pensively, as if she had the other answer.
今から言うことは、私が独自ルートで知るに至った情報。今の段階で、絶対に出回るはずのない情報。
もったいつけるなよ。ここまでクリア漏らすわけねえだろ。
4月に失敗例の家畜が一人、学会の拘束を振り切って逃走した。それはちょうど4歳くらいの子供だったらしいわ。名前は確か黒ヤギ。
聞いたことがある。体内回帰による救済の失敗例。致命的な容量不足がどうとかって。しかし待てよ、皆殺しじゃなかったのか？その上あの連中がガキ一匹にやられたってのか？
どうやら学会側ではデータ採集のため名簿をごまかして居残り組たちを囲ってたらしい。調べた後殺すつもりで。だけど、ええ、黒ヤギは想定以上に危険な存在だったみたいね。
しかし
学会行為の研究者が数名、全身をバラバラにされて殺されてる。
マジか。
おそらくは本人に比してかなり強力なアバターを持ってる。その上、くそ、なぜ気づかなかったのかしら。生き残った連中の中には精神をやられジンクスを喪失した者もいたようよ。これってまさに
決まりじゃねえかよ。
That jinx was a concept based on a myth of the Black Goat of Darkness from some mythology that devoured and rebirthed all in creation. That girl, who had been declared a failure due to her limited stomach capacity, probably possessed another perfect ability. In other words, that black goat was...
黒ヤギは魔性を食ったんだ。
She'd eaten the diabolicities of all those present when she'd escaped the academia. And after she'd slipped into Fujiyoshi, she'd gone on the run again and devoured Uematsu's diabolicity.
幸か不幸かわからないわね。羊と黒ヤギがニアミスしてたって事実は。
ああ、そうだな。
What would Mitsuji have done if she'd recognized her as the Black Goat? Would she have abandoned her mission to the church and helping the people of Fujiyoshi to take her and flee? Or would she have presented her to the church for self-protection, offering cheap compassion along the way? That was a pointless supposition.
ジンクス使い同士は無意味なすれ違いはしないんだよな。
ええ、無意味じゃなかったのでしょうね。
つまり黒ヤギが逃げおおせるのは必然だったってのか。
さあわからない。運命論は私も嫌い。ただ簡単に捕まってしまわなかったということは嫌な予感はしちゃうわね。
The Black Goat was still on the run, all while concealing an exceedingly powerful jinx in her diabolicity the power was that it couldn't save the world. The problem was that it couldn't save the world. If she kept concealing it as she grew up, perhaps it would become a threat that could rival that of the imaginary wolf.
さあな。
Mitsuji didn't know. To a Catalan fugitive like her, she didn't know if a monstrous entity born into this world like that was a bad thing. Mitsuji Misamine, through her activities in the outside world and meeting with Haruaki Fusayashi, knew that the project was inhuman and abominable. They even called the innocent children they turned into monsters for the sake of the project cattle. That girl, who'd been born with a heavy burden to bear and had been abandoned by her fellow cattle like Misamine and the sheepdog, was unmistakably miserable. Didn't she have the right to take revenge on the world? And wouldn't Mitsuji herself be condemned by an entity like that girl for running away without lending a helping hand? Wisely, the adult in Mitsuji avoided answering those questions and pushed them aside.
黒ヤギのことはここだけの秘密ね。でないとあなたの正体がバレるし、上役である私の責任追及も免れない。
だな。何せリストの見落としで最重要危険人物を取り逃がしたんだ。
あなたのせいでもあるでしょ。
ああ、そうだ。もしかしたら知ってて逃がしたかもしれねえぜ。
もしそうならあなたはもっと動揺してるわよ、羊さん。生きがってるけど本来は小心で純朴でしょ、あなた。
うるせえな。
黒ヤギか。その子にも会ってみたいわね。
会えるんじゃねえのか。ここまで深入りしちまったんだからよ。
The bond between Jinxes would likely bring them together eventually.
今後ともよろしく。
ああ。
Her superior now gone, Mitsuji turned back to the PC screen. She deleted the threatening walls of text she'd written, and quickly began typing the fake story she'd been ordered to type up. This kind of report didn't matter anymore. To Mitsuji, the incident had only just begun. She was sure of that. Oh, thank God. P.S. 6 years later, violent and terrifying criminals known as the Black Goats septuplets became well known in the world of superpowers. After this, the Church successfully made contact with the Black Goat behind closed doors, and the power dynamics in the world of superpowers shifted even further. P.P.S. 4 years after that, the following conversation occurred in the corner of a provincial city. Is everything in order? Yeah, but for someone who used to be your ally, you sure did take care of them pretty easily. I don't see or feel the need to draw the line between enemies and allies at the scene of a murder. It dulls you and is more trouble than it's worth. Huh, what an annoying way to put it. In any case, I am grateful. Thanks, though I'd say Mi-chan and the others deserve the most credit. Anyways, you should go to your sister's place. I have no choice. I'll have to stay out of school for a little while. Roger, leave the printouts and notes to me. Are you okay with that? Hmm? I'm asking if you're okay not going after him alongside the others. Well, we should let the two who went forward back then take the lead now, don't you think? Not that any of that matters. How annoying. Oh well, it's fine. I prefer those who are more mature, composed, and craftier myself. Well, you got the last one at least. Yeah, I guess. Just how many were tricked this time again? And it sounds like you have a specific person in mind who matches that criteria. Fusayaki-san. That's a weird name. Forget it. You're not even interested, right? Yeah. How annoying. Later then. Later. Of course, this conversation wasn't written in any of the church's records. It would be a little while after this that the black goat and sheep would meet again. Ugh. God. They have really, really bad ways of explaining things. Like, we don't need to know what's considered a failure. We don't need to know what's considered a success. They use way too many words to explain something that can be easily explained in a simple sentence or two. And then when it comes to things that matter, they gloss right over the explanation for those times. Ah, that last chapter was more trouble than it's worth, honestly. Because it introduces a lot of story elements that never get capitalized on. It feels like a sequel bait, but I don't know if there will ever be anything along those lines. It's like the Project Litna thing from Doki Doki, where the guy was like, yeah, don't worry, I'll make something for Project Litna. He still hasn't made anything. Although, to be fair, in his case, he did say that it was depression bogging his mind down and making his workload harder, so maybe in the future we'll actually get the Project Litna thing that he promised. Hello. I'll be right back. But yeah, this concludes the Raging Loop. I will not be playing this game ever again. Not on stream, not off stream. My memories for this game will remain clear until the day I die, whether that's a good or a bad thing. Thank you all for joining me on the Raging Loop journey. Until next time, Johnny.